I mean, we're talking about headliners here. Fred Miller got taken over the coals by Javon Curse the last time, and it would seem to me, in talking to Dick Vermeil, certainly that was the first thing out of his mouth the other day when we met with him.
Yeah, and I went back and watched that tape again and kind of broke it down. And what happened with Fred Miller had as much to do with the crowd noise as to do with Javon Curse. And then I think he got a little bit out of sync. But when you broke it down, Javon Curse got 2 pressures and 2 sacks. One of them was Fred Miller never even got out of his stance. So the reason I'm telling you is this. If Fred Miller can handle the noise, and I don't expect that to be a real factor, I think he's going to get his hands on him and play pretty well. That being said, Javon Curse hasn't had a sack now in the last 2 games. And he's going to have to put pressure, or they're going to have to put pressure on Kurt Warner, because if he has a free rein back there, he'll tear him up.
It would seem that the idea for St. Louis is to make Steve McNair play quarterback. And by that I mean try to make sure that he doesn't beat him with his feet, because he can.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, Howard, and it's a problem for both coaching staffs. You can't go into a game plan, and I know we were talking to Jeff Fisher the other day, and he said, you know, if he gets himself like 60 yards rushing, we're in good shape. But you can't plan for that. It's not like you go in with your game plan and say, you know what, we're going to get 8 touches at running back that quarterback, and we're going to get 70 yards rushing. No. I think the bottom line is you can't coach it, but you can't coach against it, because you never know when the heck it's going to happen. And my experience tells me every time we played a team with a running quarterback and we put a spy on them, that thing always flopped. It never worked. Plus, it takes an extra defender out of what you want to get done with your coverage. To me, in this game, I believe one thing has got to happen for the Tennessee Titans. I think their corners, because of the style they play, have got to play very well. If they don't, if they falter, then I think that's a distinct advantage for the Rams and Kurt Warner.
Let's amplify the word experience. We're talking about 2 quarterbacks that don't have experience in a Super Bowl. We're talking about 2 coaches that have been to a Super Bowl, albeit for Vermeil 20 years ago, and Jeff Fisher as a player. How much does a lack of experience on the field play in this game?
I don't think it matters that much at all, to be honest with you. I think this is what I believe in, from the coaching, from the sidelines, and right onto the field. And it's a couple of players asked me about it right before the game, about what's the key to these games. This is it in a nutshell. As soon as you realize that the Super Bowl is no different than Thursday practice, that's the team that plays the best. When they can relax and settle into their game, then they'll play well. Same thing goes with coaching. If they make a big deal about it and start to get flustered by the fact that it's the Super Bowl, they're going to mess up.
Now, which team has the better chance of executing what you just said? And by that I mean where they don't get consumed in the bigness of this day.
You know, that I would love to be able to answer that, but the only way for me to answer that would to have been with them all week long and know the team. If I knew the personality of those guys, I'd have a better flavor for it. But at this point, that's why we're going to sit and watch this sucker.
Well, we're going to go down to the sidelines. John Dockery, who's been with us all year long. Doc, you've had a feel for playing in Super Bowls, but this game has changed. Certainly marketing has had its effect on Super Bowls of late.
Oh, it's so much bigger. Everything's so much bigger. Tina Turner's behind us, and there's fireworks everywhere. It's happening. But, you know, it's interesting that you were talking about Javon Curse. To me, he's the key as well. And I think Dick Vermeil and the Rams agree with you, Matt. They, you know, can he disrupt the Rams offense the way he did earlier this year? Well, the Rams feel not. They think that the right tackle, Fred Miller, can handle the freak if Kurt Warner gets rid of the ball 3 to 5 step drops. And at times, St. Louis will chip with the back coming out of the backfield. Oh, one other note. Listen to this. St. Louis does plan to run their fast break offense. And this is a quote from Al Saunders, St. Louis wide receiver coach. He said, "We will try to make free safety replacement Anthony Dorsett's head spin. We feel we can do some serious business there." Beasley Reese, you're on the other sideline. What's happening there?
Hey, Doc, this place is really unbelievable. Talk about it's like a large family in a very small house. The sidelines are packed. I'm hemmed in by the Georgia Tech band. There are dancers, fireworks. Tina Turner is wrapping up right now. Travis Tritt will perform next. There's guys here in Scottish kilts, and from them we go to the Georgia Southern Baptist Choir. Just got through performing. It's quite a pregame show. Now, a little football. I talked to Jeff Fisher as he was walking in. In fact, I walked in with him. I said, "What are you going to tell the guys before they come out?" He said, "I'm going to tell them, remember, just do what we did to get here. This is just a game." And Jeff will be making that speech in a few minutes. Back to Tommy.
All right, Beasley, don't forget, everybody, for all scores, sports news, info, and analysis, including today's game, log on to CBS.SportsLine.com. Still ahead, baby, they were born to run. Will today's success be decided by a Marshall plan or by George? Pro Bowl backs Eddie George and Marshall Faulk join me in 65 seconds or so. This is CBS Radio Sports at Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Sports Radio 1300 The Zone and the National Coaches Association have teamed up once again to raise money for the National Child ID program. This time we have a very limited number of Super Bowl MVP helmets. Each helmet is signed by 24 Super Bowl MVPs, including Troy Aikman, Terry Bradshaw, Joe Montana, Joe Namath, Jerry Rice, Bart Starr, and Lynn Swann, just to name a few. These are original signatures from the players themselves, not computer-generated. If you would like to buy a helmet for yourself or for that special football fan, call the Zone Promotions Office at 495-1300 and purchase one for $4,000. All proceeds benefit the National Child ID program. Imagine owning an original Super Bowl MVP helmet signed by some of football's greatest players. Again, to get your official Super Bowl MVP helmet, call the Zone Promotions Office at 495-1300 today. From Sports Radio 1300, The Zone.
Toyota 2000, an event filled with great Toyota values. The countdown to savings begins now. Right now, buy a 2000 Toyota and get cash back. $500 on Corolla, $750 on Camry Sedan, and $500 to $750 on Tacoma. Plus, get extra value package savings on Toyota's best-selling models. Toyota 2000. Let the savings begin. Champion, Charles Bond, and Classic, your Austin Toyota dealers. Customer cash from GST, TMS, MAF.
Welcome to the Pleasure Dome for Super Sunday. Sugars opens the doors at noon for the big game with no cover till halftime and happy hour prices till kickoff, featuring $2.75 well drinks and domestic long necks, plus $1 off all other cocktails and $2 munchies through the game. Or tackle Sugar's 16-ounce Black Angus sirloin platter for just $6.95. Then just try to keep your eyes on the game. Sugars is the world champ for beautiful women, and they're ready to put on a halftime show that'll have you screaming for more. And you won't believe the party after the game. See you Super Sunday at Sugars, across from Highland Mall.
Because all of us have the ability to make a difference.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tommy Tide with the pregame show for Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. The Tennessee Titans and the St. Louis Rams. It's the first time two teams who clashed in the regular season are meeting again for the title since 1986, when giant damage was done to Denver. Tennessee's Eddie George entered the NFL with a lot of fanfare coming off a Heisman Trophy campaign at Ohio State, and he hasn't disappointed the franchise he was drafted by one bit. You have to look at what he's done the first 4 years. At least 1,200 yards on the ground his first 4 seasons, joining Eric Dickerson, Barry Sanders, and Earl Campbell. Much has been made this week about these teams not having a bye week before the game today, only the 4th time that's ever occurred. I asked the team's workhorse whether that's going to help or hurt either team in this situation.
Well, considering that this is my first Super Bowl and I've never experienced a bye week, so it won't matter. Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm used to right now. I'm used to coming in and week out. So actually it's kind of better because it cuts down on that week of distractions, and I'm able just to make a small window for everything as far as tickets and media obligations, and I'm able just to focus on football, really.
What makes them so difficult to run against, especially inside?
They have a great defensive line, front seven. They're very active up front. They make this fly around and make plays.
How much would it help, just the idea that in the Jacksonville game you fell behind, in the Buffalo game you fell behind, that if you happen to fall behind with this quick strike capability this team has, that you have the confidence as you're able to come back as often as you have?
Well, just like you said, I think we've been in every situation this season where we're down, we were ahead. Going in at halftime, and I think we can handle just about anything right now and not panic. I think the key word is poise, and poise and having that confidence, but having that sense of urgency of to make plays, but not playing tight to where we're saying, oh, we blew it. So I think this team is poised and we're mature enough to handle any situation.
Is there such a feeling on you, and you've had so many big games in your collegiate career and in your pro career, as far as pressure is concerned, do you ever think about something like that? Because everybody seems to say, if this team has to win the game, you have to pound the football and rely on Eddie George.
You know what? No pressure. I mean, this is although it's the Super Bowl and all the hype around it, you unmask it. Mm-hmm. It's still the game of football.
Yeah, the consummate team player, though, that you are, you don't really care how you win the darn game. If you win it the way you won it last week with Steve running the way he's running, or you win it like you played against Jacksonville the time at your place where he throws for 5 touchdowns, it probably doesn't matter to you. But would you like to have the ball 25, 30 times as the type of player you are?
Or whatever it takes to win, whatever's working. If the run is working and the run is effective, then, yeah, feed me. But if we have to use a balanced attack to move the ball, then that's fine as well. I'll do what I have to do within the offense to help the team win.
Is it a different feeling, though, this year with the new place and that you know you're going to have a home? Is there just such an inbred confidence with the whole situation, which is why this team is winning as successfully as much as you are?
Well, basically, we just feel like an NFL team now. Whereas before, we felt, we were the laughingstock of the league for the past 2 years because we didn't have a home and we had no identity. I mean, I think the key word and the whole atmosphere change is now we have an identity of who we are and what we do.
With you and your special talents that you have, do you ever wonder, what it'd be like to play in their offense?
You would wonder, what it would be like, how it would fit in. But, they throw the ball a lot, and they rely on Marshall, who does an excellent job. He's also one of the best backs in the league, or the best back, in my opinion. And, I probably wouldn't be able to fit in, that type of offense.
That's hard to believe. Yeah. How would you like to see this game turn out as far as the perfect offensive game plan for you?
For me, balanced attack, running the play action, setting up the run. Us scoring 35 and them scoring nothing. that would be the perfect thing, but we don't live in a perfect world.
No, Eddie, we don't, because if we did, the rambling offense probably would have clicked as it had all season when they played the NFC title tilt a week ago. We'll continue with the pregame show, but first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is CBS Radio Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on Westwood One.
This is Rick Barnes. Catch the horns all season long on your official Longhorn sports station, Sports Radio 1300.
Let's go! Tommy Tide with the Super Bowl 34 pregame show. Earlier this week, I sat down and talked with All-Pro running back Marshall Faulk, who passed Barry Sanders' single-season record of total yardage from scrimmage this year. However, barely got over 100 last Sunday. I wondered how much do they take out of the previous victory over the Bucs?
I think not only on me, but my teammates and other people that they got an opportunity to see the Rams play a slow-paced football game. That we took the things in front of us. We didn't make the big mistakes to lose the game, and our defense played a heck of a game.
Does that make the Titans think any that you can survive in a game like that?
I don't know. I don't think they like playing ball games like that either. It's tough, hard-fought ball games when your defense is out there battling like that. And I think the both teams have good offenses, enough offenses to be explosive, and both defenses are pretty good.
Do you get a kick out of just proving experts wrong continuously over the course of this season?
It's no kick. What's an expert is the question. If it's not a former player who's been there, what does he know? He read some book or did whatever to attain his knowledge. If you've never been in the trenches, you really, really don't know.
When did you start feeling this was going to be special, this whole group?
Maybe about the fourth or fifth game, and maybe the Cincinnati game, when I probably had 70 yards of offense and we maybe won by 30. I was like, okay, we can be good. It was scary.
That doesn't seem to bother you that much if you don't get that, because as a team player, all you care about is winning.
Definitely, I've been involved with being successful and not winning ball games, and I can remember after last year talking to a reporter, I said I give all these yards up to be in the playoffs or to have opportunity to play for the Super Bowl, and now I'm here. There were some things that was asked of me during the year that normally I remember back my first couple of years in the league, I'd be like, oh, no. But in order to get where we are, you got to sacrifice things, and I've learned that.
Does it still mean a lot to you when the name is mentioned in the same breath as a Barry Sanders when you pass a record like you did this year?
That's amazing. Barry's a great back. Hopefully he comes back and play, but if he doesn't, he's happy with his career. He should be. Just to be mentioned with him, is a huge accomplishment.
In talking to Matt Millen, when playing against Tennessee, and he's seen Tennessee a few times, he says the way to get to Javon Curse is run right at him.
That's it. You got to run at him. You got to mix it up with him. You got to let him know that every situation isn't a passing situation, Javon, and then he has to play the run and the pass, and with a young guy, that creates a little indecision in his head, so he's guessing out there.
For you, as good a receiver as you are coming out of the backfield, without Robertson being in there, where does that change their defense in that situation, or does it change it at all?
I don't know. Dorsett, I haven't watched a lot of the Jacksonville film to see exactly how he played. I haven't got to watching the safeties and stuff like that yet. So I don't know how he played within that game. But I think that the defense is good enough to make up for Robinson's loss. They're fast enough. They're solid, and they know the game plan.
Well, we're, believe it or not, going to have the game plan for each team, but we don't know what it is at this moment. We're only 22 minutes, though, away from the kickoff of Super Bowl 34. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Oh, snowy snow, how are you, my cold, cold nemesis? You are no longer my formidable foe, you abominable snow, for I have four-wheel drive, and you can give it a rest, white devil.
Wow. When it comes to snow, Jeep Grand Cherokee owners know no angst. Thanks to a full-time four-wheel drive system designed to get you through most any drift. Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
A walk in the park.
Getting approved for a home loan at Countrywide is easy.
Nothing to it.
Introducing our new zero down payment home loans.
A breeze. A piece of cake.
With even more options. Get approved with nothing down. Finance most of your closing costs, and you can avoid mortgage insurance.
A cinch. A slam dunk.
Yes, our zero down loans are easy. Call 800-EASY-877 or visit Countrywide.com. Countrywide. Easy. Really.
A snap.
Equal housing lender. Conditions apply.
And now, Whoopi Goldberg's Gift Advice Corner.
Whoopi, my mom's a chief scientist at NASA, and she's really bummed out about losing the Mars Pathfinders. What should I do?
Give a flus.
I can't make it to the bris of my sister's son, and I feel really bad.
Give a flus.
I forgot my anniversary, and my wife won't have sex with me.
Give a flus. It's online gift cards, so you send it by email, and they spend it online anytime.
And now they'll spend flus at over 60 of the web's best stores.
Give a flus.
FLOOZ.com.
Flus. Just what you wished for.
Inside, your vehicle can be fine, but outside, the weather can really take it out on your car or truck. Now you can get it all back in one stop with quality care service at your Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealer. They've got everything you need at competitive prices, like brake service, just 12-point all-weather check of hoses, radiator, battery, and more, performed by a factory-trained technician.
Install Motorcraft Preferred Value Pads, front or rear. Excludes machining, rollers, taxes, extra. See dealer for the price details through March 19th, 2000.
Welcome back, everybody. Tommy Tighe with the pregame festivities on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One for Super Bowl 34 in Hotlanta, which, trust me, is anything but this week. The Tennessee Titans against the St. Louis Rams. The Kurt Warner story has been well documented, from his behind-the-scenes adversity with his family to his journey that began in the depths of despair. The NFL MVP proves the theory, never give up. He became only the second signal caller to throw 40 touchdowns in a season, Dan Marino doing it twice. His one bad quarter this year was against today's foe. They forced him to fumble 3 times in the first quarter en route to a 3-touchdown deficit. In the season that's gone so well, I sat down with him and asked the guy almost everybody's pulling for, can he take anything out of the one time for him on the field where things didn't go his way?
I think he can. I think the hardest thing about that game was us putting ourselves in some tough situations. And with the athletes they have, the rushers they have up front, when you put yourself in tough situations, second, third, and long situations, it's tough because you know you're going to have to go back there, sit in there, and hold the ball and let guys get downfield. And with the speed that they've got up front, it's a really tough situation to be in. But, of course, we fought back. We put ourselves in a position to win, even through all the adversity, through all the negative things that were in it. We could take a lot of positives about the character of this team and what we would do if we face that adversity.
As good as they were defensively in that first quarter, I mean, how much better are they right now?
I think they're better. I think their whole team's playing with a lot of confidence at every single position on all three phases of the game. So, but I think we're also better. I mean, I think we've grown a lot over the weeks and been able to respond a lot better to some of the adversity that we face. So I think it's going to be a great game. I think this is two teams that are very confident, playing well at the right time of the season. And again, it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes because we're that evenly matched and there's so much talent on both sides.
You take a look at their defense, and without Marcus Robertson, what difference does that make if they have to put the kid back there, Anthony Dorsett? What does he do differently with a little bit of time that he has out there, and can you exploit the weakness that he possibly could have?
We'd like to think that we can. We haven't seen him a lot on film. We know obviously Marcus is a great athlete. He has great range back there, and hopefully we can take advantage of some scheming things that they do, try to attack some things because maybe he doesn't have quite a good a feel for their defense, can't cover up certain areas quite as well as Marcus could because he was, so talented and understood the system so well. So we're hoping that we can, but you just never know. I mean, he's a good player. He's a young player, and you don't know how he's going to respond in this big game.
The improvement of Curse from that game up until right now and how he's dominated games at times, and Bishop being the way that he plays, moving up into the box and then changing the blitz package that way, would that have a big effect with the fact that Robertson's being out? Do you think they'll change some things?
I don't think so because I think they've been very diversified throughout the year. They've done a lot of different things to try to keep teams off balance, and I'm sure they're going to do that this week. I remember when we played them, they did a lot of changing up, a lot of different personnel grouping, blitzing, different things to keep us off balance, and I'm sure they're going to keep that up with the young guy back there. I'm sure they're going to try to take some pressure off of him by allowing those other guys to freelance a little bit more and attack from a lot of different angles.
How much did it help that last week's game was as physical as it was coming into this game, that you had a battle the whole time? Because Marshall was saying the other day, finally we're in a 60-minute game, which we haven't had the opportunity to have, which would be good for this week.
I definitely think it's good. Anytime you get into a game like that, as long as you come out on top, I think you can take a lot of positives from it. We continue to fight, we continue to battle. Guys, we're playing until, the last tick of the clock. They weren't going to give up. And I think we learned that about ourselves early on in Tennessee in that game, in the Detroit game, and then again to have it happen a week before the Super Bowl to allow us to feel that confidence going in that, we're going to continue to fight and we're going to be the team that can make a play when we need to make a play to win the football game.
Do you sometimes feel like the guy that walks into a casino with all the offensive weapons that you have? I mean, there's 21 over there, there's roulette over there, there's so many different things that you have. And when you walk up to the line of scrimmage, it's just so many things that you can do. It's almost like being in a candy store as a kid.
It's great, but the thing is there's not much risk when I look at the guys around me. I know how talented they are. I know that any given one of them can win on any given play, and that's the confidence I have, that I know with whatever I see on the defensive side, that whoever I have one-on-one in the best situation, that he's going to win for me. And as a quarterback, you can't ask for anything better than to know, defenses can try to adjust, try to play this guy, play that guy, but whoever's one-on-one, who's ever in the best situation, whoever's running the route that exposes the defense will win and will make a play for this team.
Where were you last year at this time? Did you get the opportunity to watch the game, and what was going through your mind that you would ever think of playing in a game like this?
Obviously, I wasn't at the Super Bowl, but I was watching it. And again, hoping that I would get an opportunity. Last year, I didn't see the field but the last 2 minutes of the game, the last game of the season. So I was hoping that someday I would get an opportunity to play in that game. I mean, that's a dream. And when you sit home and watch it, watch John Elway, you watch those guys play, you hope that you can be there at some point in time in your career and to win and to go out on top like that.
You've heard so much about the Kurt Warner story, but how do you think this thing's going to end finally?
I hope it ends with me hoisting the trophy, and that's how this year ends. Beyond that, I can't say. I know there's going to be great things in store. I know that I'm going to continue to be successful and continue to prosper in whatever direction I go. And, so I can't write the future. I'm going to leave that to the man upstairs. But I hope that this season ends with me wearing a ring and hoisting the trophy over my head.
To do so, his defense will have to stop the amazing talents of Steve McNair, who limps into this one once again with a toe injury that's been bothering him for most of the season. But he'll do what he can once again to get it done.
Team-wise, this is the satisfying season I can possibly have. And like I said, we got one more game to go, and hopefully we can do that. I look forward to. We overcome a lot. I have overcome a lot individually with the back surgery and different other nagging injuries, but it's satisfying right now.
Hypothetically, if you fall behind against them, how much has it helped that you have fallen behind in the Buffalo game and in last week's game, that you have had the ability to come back, especially in this winning streak?
I think it's very important that we have had that experience early, even during the regular season and not just in the playoffs. And I think this team is a team that feel like they can come back from any deficit to win. That we don't give up. We just go out there and stay calm, and pause and go out there and get the job done regardless of what we have to do.
Most people would think, Steve, and I think you'd have to agree with it, that you're going to try to win this game by running the football. If you can pound Eddie 29, 30 times a game, that's the perfect game plan. But what makes it so difficult to run against the Rams?
I think their overall speed on defense. They have some guys out there that's in the linebacking core that's fast and that, you can't get to them as well as you would a normal linebacker or a player. But that's something that we got to do. We just got to run straight at them. We can't run around them. We just got to go out straight at them and put hat for hat and see how it goes.
It's an interesting contrast of styles at the position. In an earlier poll done this week, if this game needed actors for a movie, Will Smith would play the Titans signal caller while Keanu Reeves could emulate Warner. This one may or may not be decided by speed, but for one or the other, it could be the day they become the Fresh Prince. Next up, we'll go uphill with the National Anthem being performed by country star Faith Hill. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
MVP Michael Jordan on the moment. It is a way of delivering in the moment, and no one knows when that moment happens. The beauty of it is, if you practice as if you're trying to get to that moment and you put forth the effort, when that moment hits you, you have to have confidence in the skills that you possess and in the game that you play. And if you can put the two together, 9 times out of 10, you can get to that place. And when you get there, you know when you're there and you know when to do it. I think it's like a reward for the work that you put forth. If you put forth the effort, you'll be rewarded by getting into that moment. And when that moment happens, it's exhilarating. What's Michael Jordan going to do with all of his experience, knowledge, and skill now that he's retired? He's bringing it to MVP.com, the ultimate online sporting goods store where you'll find the best gear selection and great insight from MVP.com experts like Michael Jordan, John Elway, and Wayne Gretzky, so you can get the most out of yourself and whatever sport you're into. MVP.com, gear, insight, performance.
Let's say you got into a car accident.
Oh, boy.
Worse yet, let's say you didn't have a State Farm agent to call.
Uh-oh.
Instead, you had some cut-rate car insurance with cut-rate service to match. How would you feel then?
I'm lonely. Kinda lonely.
Mr. Lonely.
All alone.
Wish I had someone. Don't want to feel all alone.
To call on the phone.
Go with the good neighbor service you get only with a State Farm agent.
Matt Millen here. Want to feel like you just scored a touchdown? Then you have to try Priceline.com. Priceline.com is amazing. You see, Priceline.com lets you name your own price for airline tickets, hotel rooms, and more. That's right. You get to name the price you want to pay. Then you'll know within an hour or less whether or not Priceline can match your offer with a major airline or hotel. It's really pretty simple. People have saved hundreds of dollars on airline tickets and hotel rooms. It's unbelievable. Do yourself a favor and save BIGB. Try Priceline.com on the internet and name your own price.
Welcome back, everyone. Tommy Tighe with the Super Bowl pregame show, winding down to kickoff on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. The Tennessee Titans, the best wild card record ever against the St. Louis Rams. The Titans won the battle last week in Jacksonville, but may have lost the war on James Stewart's 34-yard TD scamper in the second quarter. Marcus Robertson broke his ankle, was gone for the rest of the game and today's tilt. In his place steps a familiar name with a twist. Anthony Dorsett, son of the Hall of Famer, steps in to make his second start of the year in the secondary.
I've wanted to start all year. It's not a thing where I've ever been nervous about getting in there or hesitant or anything like that. It's just a thing where I just needed a chance to get out there and be able to do it. And unfortunately, Marcus had to get hurt, before the biggest game of his career. But I welcome the opportunity and I'm ready to go.
But can the kid come up with a Tony-winning performance is a key. The younger Dorsett makes the duo only second father-son combo to compete in a Super Bowl. Frank Cornish Sr. and Jr. for Dallas the first. Bob and Brian Greasy each winning titles. Brian, of course, not playing in Denver in their victory over Atlanta last year. The Titans are the 7th team in history to make the playoffs. If they're switching uniform styles or colors, watch out for that trend today. Now it's time for today's national anthem, sung by nationally renowned country music recording artist Faith Hill. Obviously, weather not a factor in the Dome. We'll be back to the national anthem in just a moment. For those of you who think that Tennessee is at a disadvantage inside, watch out, they're 4-0 turf. Now it's time for the national anthem.
Produced by David Foster, will be signed for the hearing impaired by Atlanta's Briar Lake Signing Choir, and will be sung by award-winning recording artist Faith Hill.
opening kickoff is coming up. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
According to scientists who study this stuff, people blink their eyes 20,000 times a day. So if you're not careful, you could easily miss how fast Geico Auto Insurance starts working on your claim. Often we can handle details in hours instead of days. And in just 15 minutes, or roughly 210 bats of an eye, Geico could save you 15%. So call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. You may blink twice when you see the savings. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
And now, Whoopi Goldberg's Gift Advice Corner.
Hey, Whoopi, I wanted to surprise my best friend with a present, but I just don't know what to get her.
Give her flus.
Whoopi, my brother just told me he wants to become a woman, of all things. What should I do?
Give her flus.
You know, my sister in Toledo just got out of jail. How do I congratulate her?
Give her flus. It's online gift cards, so you send it by email and they spend it online anytime.
And now they'll spend flus at over 60 of the web's best stores.
Give her flus.
FLOOZ.com.
Flus, just what you wished for.
Rocks, you are but boulders, only smaller. Rocks, you break scissors and are covered by paper, and I will drive over you and embarrass you in front of your own. Oh, sweet retribution.
Okay, maybe Jeep Grand Cherokee owners look at rocks a little differently. With its available quadra-drive system, Jeep's most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, it's easy to see how even rocks become insignificant. Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
BarnesandNoble.com delivers books and music right to your door. But we thought, what else can we do?
Hi, I'm Sue Grafton. You ordered my book, O is for Outlaw, from BarnesandNoble.com.
Great. Thanks for delivering it. Now, Sue, your next book will probably start with a P, right?
That's right.
Okay, well, I'm thinking P is for podiatrist. You see, I'm a podiatrist
Well...
Okay, P is for piglets. Piglets are real cute.
P is for piglets?
Think about it.
BarnesandNoble.com. We bring writers home. AOL keyword BN.
Check out NFL Shop on NFL.com for all your NFL apparel. NFL Shop is the place to gear up for the season with authentic NFL on-field apparel inspired by the game.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tommy Tighe. I'll be back at the intermission with the Campbell's Chunky Soup halftime report. My guests will include NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue and Rams Hall of Fame defensive end Deacon Jones. Right now it's time for Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. The St. Louis Rams and the Tennessee Titans. Let's rejoin the two men calling all the action for you today, Howard David and Matt Millen.
All right, Tommy, thank you. We have no Packers, no 49ers, no Cowboys, no Broncos. We have Titans and Rams, two franchises that have played all over the map in recent years. We have a former Gross League clerk as a quarterback on the Marshall plan. We have Steve McNair and a Bishop, and we've got ourselves a lot of intriguing stories between these two teams, Matt.
You know, and by this time of the week, I'm tired of the stories. I'm ready for the game. And I know the players right now, they're ready for the game. And all, you know, Tina Turner and Faith Hill and all, and that's wonderful. But now let's kick this sucker off, and let's see exactly who the better team is. I can't wait. I know they can't wait.
What are the emotions now? You've been in this situation before, butterflies, obviously, but is this nervous anticipation? Is this a complete focus time? How would you describe the emotions right now?
Well, for me, it was always enough of this crap already. Let's get the game going. You just get sick of it. You get sick of all the waiting. You get sick of all the hype. You're sick of everything. The most comfortable place that these players will be is right here between the lines.
What we also have is a man playing in the third decade of the National Football League, and we're talking about Bruce Matthews, 12-time Pro Bowler. I mean, here's a guy who blocked for Earl Campbell, and now he's blocking for Eddie George.
And he's enjoying it. I talked to him right before the game, and he was so thankful, especially for his brother Clay and his father also. And look, his mind is focused and ready to roll right here because he's been looking forward to this for the last, 17 years.
Yeah, the honorary coin toss began with Red Grange tossing it up in 1978. And the coin toss today with Hall of Famers from Super Bowl IV, including Kansas City Chiefs founder Lamar Hunt, linebacker Bobby Bell, Willie Lanier, the kicker Jan Stenerud, Minnesota Vikings head coach Bud Grant with safety Paul Krause and defensive end Alan Page, the referees Bob McElwee.
St. Louis, you are the visitors. You will make the call. This is a commemorative coin. Heads will be the side with the helmets. Captain, who will make the call? This gentleman. Please make your call before Mr. Hunt
tosses the coin. What is your call? Tails. Tails is his call. Lamar, will you please toss the coin? It is a tail. St. Louis has won the toss. He wants the ball. What goal would you like to defend? That goal? Stay right where you are. St. Louis wins the toss, receives at this end. Good luck, men.
This is not great news for the Tennessee Titans. The Rams are 8-0 when they have won the coin toss during the course of the regular season. Maybe insignificant, but maybe not. Of course, the game will tell us all we need to know. Both the Rams and the Titans had 8 opening drive touchdowns in the regular season, tied for the best in the National Football League. You think about some of the people that have been involved in the ceremonial toss of the coin. I mentioned Red Grange in 1978. The others included former President Ronald Reagan, George Halas, the great Papa Bear, Pete Rozelle, and if anybody deserves an awful lot of credit for nurturing the NFL through its growth period, it was Pete Rozelle, Joe Namath, who quarterbacked the Jets in Super Bowl III, and Joe Montana, who yesterday was officially selected for the Hall of Fame along with a couple of guys you know.
Yeah, old Ronnie Lott went in, great player. Dave Wilcox, Howie Long, Dan Rooney. That's a great class. That's a strong Bay Area class, I might add.
The Heat sure started the game, sponsored by Heat, America's #1 gas line antifreeze. The St. Louis Rams have won the toss of the coin. They have elected to receive, and that means center stage for Tony Horn, who led the NFL with 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. He had one against Minnesota in the playoffs of 95 yards. And so the Rams will get the ball, and Tony Horn will handle it first from the 6-yard line. Horn running left to the 15. He's to the 20, trying to get to the outside 25-30, and finally taken out of bounds at the 31-yard line. A return of 25 yards for Tony Horn as we give you the Rams starting lineup. Kurt Warner, who's on his way to a Pro Bowl, the league's MVP at quarterback. Marshall Faulk also off to the Pro Bowl, and he had just a magnificent season, the most productive year for a back in the history of the league, combining rushing with receiving yards. Fullback Robert Holcomb, the wideouts Isaac Bruce and Torry Holt. The offensive line of Orlando Pace and Fred Miller, the tackles. Tom Newton, Adam Zimmerman, the guards. Mike Gruttaderio, the starting center, against this Tennessee tough-nosed defense. And Roland Williams, the tight end. Falk for the lone setback of the game's opening play, and Warner with a quick throw. It's tipped and in and caught by Orlando. Well, correction, Fred Miller, the right tackle. Off a deflection. Josh Evans deflected the ball, and we nearly had a repeat of a week ago from St. Louis's point of view.
Well, the good news for St. Louis is the worst thing that could happen, and it just about did happen. But you're right. But they're going to come out. It's obvious right away. They're going out. St. Louis comes out throwing the football. And what I like is they matched up man-to-man right away. Let's see, obviously, if they're going to continue to do it.
Jeff Robinson's in the game as the second tight end, lined up in the slot to the left side. Isaac Bruce in motion, and Warner hands to Falk running to the left. Across the 30 and hit as he crosses the 30-yard line. It continues to drive to about the 34. He is slowed up by Anthony Dorsett, who's a key figure in today's game, the starting free safety, along with Steve Jackson. Josh Evans, Javon Curse, Jason Fisk, and Kenny Holmes, the front four for Tennessee. The linebackers, Eddie Robinson, Barron Wortham, and Joe Bowden. And the corners, Denard Walker, Samari Roll, Blaine Bishop, the strong safety. And we mentioned Anthony Dorsett, the son of Tony Dorsett of Cowboy fame. Third down and 7, St. Louis moving from right to left on your radio. They send Hakeem in motion. Oz Hakeem to the right. Warner back. Throws to the right. And the sliding catch is made by Isaac Bruce at the 49-yard line.
Oh, and a better throw, Howard, and he'd still be running. They went, as the Rams are going right to left, they motioned Oz Hakeem back and created 3 receivers to the right side, which forces you defensively to have to back off so it can be defined. Now, once it's defined, Isaac Bruce broke right through the middle. and made a nice catch. Got his hands under the ball, and it was a catch and a first down.
17 yards in the play. Jeff Fisher said he wanted to get St. Louis in 3rd and long. He got him in 3rd and long, but they converted. Play action, Warner. Looking to throw, and he's hit. It is incomplete. Josh Evans, the nose tackle, in on the play, and Kurt Warner gets hit early.
Well, Josh Evans, nice power inside. Very good job of just overpowering the guard and was able to get in and make a hit inside. He was working on Adam Timmerman. For those of you who have been thinking about what the heck's going on with Fred Miller, well, they haven't been giving him any help, and he's been getting his hands on Javon Curse just nicely.
Kurt Warner, after Trent Green went down on August 30th, won the quarterback job for the Rams. Now has it 2nd and 10 at the 49 of Tennessee. Warner back to pass with a deep drop. Throws deep down the left side, and the pass is through the hands of Oz Hakeem on the left sideline.
He'll do that on you. Wide open. Very well protected was Kurt Warner. Again, they're going right to left. Hakeem lined up on the left side and just ran about a 25-yard out. Wide open. Ball was thrown right where it had to be, and Hakeem dropped it. And that's one of the things. When they have faltered, and there are 2 losses, and I had them back-to-back, Hakeem dropped a couple of balls. One of them right in the end zone. And that one would have been a big first down at about the 20-yard line.
Well thrown ball by Kurt Warner. Samari Rowland, Anthony Dorsett covering on the play. Shotgun for Warner in this loud Georgia dome. He takes the snap, gets protection, throws out to the right, and it is caught for a first down to Ricky Prohl inside the Tennessee 40-yard line. A pickup of 11 yards on 3rd and 10.
And nicely done, well protected. The Titans come with a 3-man rush. And Javon Curse, they were going to make sure he wasn't going to get there. Fred Miller was on top of him. They also kept Marshall Falcon to make sure he wasn't going to get there. Again, they're working that right side. Ricky Prohl lined up on the inside and burst to the out, and then did a good job of diving forward to pick up the first down on about the 38-yard line.
7th play of this drive. That started at the St. Louis 31-yard line. Game's opening drive. Warner, quick drop, looking right, throwing and delivering. On time to the tight end, Roland Williams. Very close to a first down for St. Louis. Eddie Robinson in on the play. Meanwhile, Steve Jackson being attended to, a defensive back for Tennessee along the sidelines. Now, Dick Vermeil said the other day, and we spoke with him, they want to get back to the attack mode early in the game.
Well, what that means and why they can do that is because Tennessee is coming out and they're going man-to-man. That time they had man-to-man with Williams. Again, well protected. That's the key, Howard. They've been protecting him perfectly, and because of that protection, he's able to find Williams perfectly. Now, with Jackson, why Jackson is a key, the last time they played, they tried to match him up with Marshall Faulk underneath. And with him out of there, that throws another damper into this thing. Remember, Marcus Robertson is out of the game and Dorsett's in. So you'll have to go to your next level down. We'll see how long Jackson stays out.
That's a few inches shy of a first down. Kurt Warner, who replaced Trent Green when he went on injured reserve August the 30th. The next in line was Paul Justin, who played previously with the Colts, Joe Germain, and then Warner. And after one exhibition game, the Rams got a break because they had a bye week, remember, the opening week of the season, so they had a chance to indoctrinate Warner into the system.
They won't have a bye week this year, I'll tell you that much. And you better be ready to tune into them on a lot of Monday night broadcasts.
2nd down and inches. Might be a good opportunity to go play action for Warner. I formation. They're in a run formation. Bruce in motion to the left side. Warner on the inside handoff, and Holcomb, the fullback, inside the 20 for a first down. A gain of 11 yards, and the Rams crossed up the Titans by running fullback Robert Holcomb, who's brought down by Robertson and Bowden.
And how they crossed them up. See, this Titans defense, they run pretty well. And so what you do is just a straight dive, but it's a little deceiving because you start one way and then you come back the formation side. You try to get those linebackers to overcommit, and that's exactly what happened. They started them one way, and then Baron Wortham went too far, took advantage of it, first down.
Rams continue to throw on first down. They swing it into the backfield, incomplete. Looking for Marshall Faulk, who was open on the outside, and he was being tracked by Javon Curse.
Now, Howard, that play right there, in the second half of Game 8, where Tennessee won, that play right there resulted in a touchdown to Marshall Faulk. It was the first play of the second half. The difference was that was Javon Curse, and he was able to get some speed underneath and force the ball to be thrown high. Earlier, it was Mike Frederick. Marshall Faulk caught the ball, and it was 6 quick.
Torry Holt wide to the right side. Ricky Prohl to the left side. Isaac Bruce in the slot. 10th play of this drive. 7 of the first 9 plays have been pass plays. They run it inside to Faulk, and he is dropped after a gain of a couple of yards, maybe a yard, running up inside. So Josh Evans and Anthony Dorsett come up to the line of scrimmage now. And looking at the tape of last week's game for Tennessee, Anthony Dorsett was up on that line of scrimmage frequently during the game. And is that a good sign for Tennessee?
Well, it depends on how they're using him. And you can disguise him a lot of times. He's not a bad tackler. His biggest thing here is just to get lined up right, because he can run with these guys in coverage.
Nobody in the backfield to block. Warner throws as he is hit. It is incomplete. The pressure came up the middle by Blaine Bishop, the strong safety. And Warner had to unload in a hurry. It is incomplete, and the field goal unit comes on.
That's a great defensive call. Greg Williams rolled the bones, and he came with a safety blitz, and it opened up perfectly to the inside. Warner read it. He saw it coming. He got rid of the ball, but not before Bishop disrupted the throwing motion, and it kind of flopped out there, because if it didn't, it had a chance for 6.
Jeff Wilkins, who's been nursing some injuries, with a 35-yard fake. They got to go to Haran, the punter, and it didn't fool anybody.
That was not a fake. He did not handle the ball properly. It came through his hand, and then Haran just kind of take off with it. But the ball went right through Haran's hands. He screwed it up, and the end result is it's first down for Tennessee.
So with no score, Tennessee holds, and you're right, it's a botch hold by Haran. And so Tennessee will get the football in a scoreless first quarter. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
The Zone is teaming up with the Austin Slam Double Play Foundation to help area youth baseball and softball teams. In order to provide supplies to kids who might not otherwise have an opportunity to play ball, the Zone is sponsoring an equipment drive. If you would like to donate, come out to any Austin area Rooster Andrews sporting goods locations today from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and drop off your new or gently used baseball and softball equipment. Help Austin area youth baseball and softball teams. Bring your new and gently used equipment to any Rooster Andrews location from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. today from the Austin Double Play Foundation and Sports Radio 1300 The Zone.
I'm so glad, I'm so glad, I'm so glad, I'm glad, I'm so glad, I'm so glad.
When other trash bags break, don't get mad. Get Glad. Glad drawstring kitchen bags are twice as thick as the other leading bag. Don't get mad. Get Glad.
And the Titans hold. Let's go down on the sidelines to Beasley Reese. Bees?
I'm with Clay Matthews. Clay, so many games, 278 games. You didn't make it to the big one, but you watch your brother line up right now to take his first snap in the Super Bowl. Tell me about the feeling.
Well, it's a great feeling. I think, I have the excitement of making it to the Super Bowl, but I don't have to worry about their performing, being out there and performing.
Now, do you get nervous, and do you watch your brother, or do you watch the game?
I usually, offensively, I'll watch my brother almost the whole game, or I'll pick out other guys if he's doing too good a job and it gets boring.
All right, enjoy your game. Back upstairs.
All right, Bees, thank you. Bruce Matthews in his 17th year of Southern Cal. Eddie George, the deep back, behind Steve McNair. First offensive play for Tennessee. From left to right on your radio. McNair on the handoff, play action. McNair now rolling right, scrambling, throwing it, and completed. Out on the flat tight end Jackie Harris across the 30 for a gain of about 4 yards. And I don't know if that was designed, but it sure looked like a play you would design in the streets.
Yeah, I think it started off on paper and ended up on the streets, but McNair had to roll to the right and found Jackie Harris all the way to the left. Nicely done by the Rams of sticking with your coverage.
Defensively, St. Louis with Carter, Agnew, Farr, and Wistrom, the front four. Mike Jones, London Fletcher, Todd Collins, the former Pack linebackers. Light and McCleon, the corners. Jenkins and Lyle, the safeties. McNair on the handoff to Eddie George gets a bump at the line and crosses the 35 to about the 37-yard line. And a gain of 4 on the play. Let's talk about Keith Lyle, who has been injured a lot of this year. He replaces Devin Bush at free safety.
Well, he's a good hitter is what he is, and he also has a good understanding of this defense, and he lobbied hard to get in there. And now is when they're going to need him, because what Tennessee wanted to do was to get to third and short, 3rd and 5 or less. They believed if they could do that, they would have an excellent shot at converting and therefore winning this game.
Whitecheck and Kevin Dyson wide to the left side. Isaac Bird to the right. Dyson in motion. Blitz being shown. McNair rolling right. Flag is down. The catch is made by Kevin Dyson for a first down, but there was a flag on the play.
Yeah, I happen to believe that it's going to be that one of the Rams lined up in the neutral zone. It looked like the left defensive tackle lined up.
Bob McElwee, the referee, calling offsides against St. Louis. Same effect.
Could have been Ray Agnew. It looked like he lined up.
Lined up in the neutral zone. Number 93, defense. Defense offside. 5 yards, first down.
That's Kevin Carter on his way to a Pro Bowl in his 5th year from Florida. Rams had a season-high 15 penalties in their first meeting with Tennessee.
He also fumbled the ball 5 times, turned over 3. And that's why they believed that they could play mistake-free. Of course, everybody thinks that. If you don't hand the ball away, you know, rule number 1 in this league, don't beat yourself.
Oh, the Titans have not in the playoffs.
Right.
First and 10, Tennessee from their own 42. McNair under center. Takes the snap, pumps once, pumps again, looks to spread out to the right, eludes a sack, still on his feet, throws behind Dyson, incomplete. That was a great job by McNair, just buying time.
I tell you, Brad Hopkins got away with a little bit of a hold inside, and London Fletcher broke, and all of a sudden, his arms went one way, and his body went the other. But a nice job, again, like you said. McNair rolled to the right, bought some time, and that's what you're going to have to contend with. You and I were talking about that at the start of the game. What do you do about his feet? And the answer is you just have to control him. I don't believe you commit someone to him being inside.
Second and 10, Tennessee from their own 42. We have no score. Bird in motion. McNair back to throw. Deep drop. Sets up the screen to Eddie George. A lot of room. Cross the 50. Inside the 40. Blocked next down one of the Rams inside the 30. And finally put down at the 26-yard line.
That's a great call by Les Steckel.
32 yards on the catch and run by big Eddie George.
Screen pass to the right. They lined up as they're going left to right. Eddie George just snuck out into the flat, and the whole key was he got the blocking back to the inside. And then a good job of forcing London Fletcher, who had him in coverage, deeper. And then when Fletcher came over to tackle him, Eddie George lowered the boom. Just got too high on the angle before he was put down.
George, the lone setback. Great field position for Tennessee at the 27-yard line of St. Louis. McNair back to throw, and a flag calls a halt to the play. Normally an indication of a false start or a delay of game on Tennessee. That's the call.
Delay of the game. Defense. 5 yards.
That's impossible.
First down.
He meant offense.
Yes. Well,
sometimes the officials get a little...
Delay of the game. Offense.
There you go.
Offense.
Or you can have multiple choice.
C, none of the above.
Only the second Titan completion over 15 yards in this postseason.
I just was looking at Pete Junta, and Pete Junta put the hands up to the eyes, meaning spy. So they'll have a spy on McNair on this play.
Remains first down, 1st and 15, Tennessee at the 31 of St. Louis. Out of the shotgun, inside handoff to Eddie George. He gets to about the 29-yard line. A pickup of 3 on the play. Mike Jones, the left side linebacker, the former Raider, makes the stop along with Scanina.
He was also going to be the spy. As soon as you see, the way to be able to tell that, as soon as the ball snapped, the spy will jump to the middle of the field and get a little bit of depth so that he can see the quarterback. If he breaks anywhere, you break on.
Get an early bad one out of the way, given the weather in Atlanta, the spy who came in from the cold. But never mind.
Forget that one.
I said I get rid of the bad ones early. 2nd down and 13 for Tennessee. Moving from left to right on your radio. McNair rolling right. Throws on the run, and it is incomplete. Looking near sideline for Isaac Bird. Bird getting the start with the injury to Yancey Thigpen, who's inactive today. Yancey with a foot injury that has kept him out of this ball game. Covered by Todd Light, who's had an excellent Pro Bowl year.
Todd Light threw the blanket all over him. They were just going to go with a waggle. That means you start one way, they're going left to right. You start the play action to the left side, then you roll back out to the right. And had that ball been thrown properly, Todd Light would have had a pick.
6 minutes remaining, first quarter, no score. Tennessee's first offensive possession. St. Louis had a ball for a field goal try, a botched handle of the snap. There's McNair under a rush. Sprinting out to the right, throws incomplete. Throw it behind Derek Mason, the intended receiver, and McNair gets a seat on the carpet thanks to a hit by Charlie Clemens.
There's a guy who's really elevated his game here the second half of the season. But what they did, they came with a cat blitz, which is a corner blitz. They brought Todd Light. He got drilled, but Clemens was able to keep on coming, give the pressure, and he'll set up this field goal from about, probably, 47 yards or so. Yeah,
Del Greco missed his first try in the postseason from 43. He has hit all 7 since. This will be a 47-yarder out of the hole to Craig Hendrick, the punter. Placement is down. The kick, it has the distance, and it is no good. He hooked it left. So this remains scoreless here in Super Bowl 34. With 5:48 remaining first quarter, this is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
You have reached the offices of Ladwig Mortgage. Please stay on the line, and your personal mortgage officer will be with you shortly. Your mortgage is important to us. Please stay on the line. Your call will be answered in approximately 4 days, 12 minutes.
At eloan.com, you get great rates and save up to 50% on loan fees. It costs nothing to apply, and you get a credit decision within 24 hours. 48 if you apply on Saturday. eLoan, a better way to get a loan. Visit eloan.com or call 1-888-ELOAN22.
If you'd rather be roasted over hot coals than listen to this music anymore, press 1 or press 2 now. It won't really do anything, but it might make you feel better.
eLoan is an equal housing lender and not currently licensed in every state. This advertisement should not be construed as a solicitation of loans in any state in which eLoan is not licensed. Please check our website for a current list of licenses.
It's bad enough getting stuck in a traffic jam, but it's even worse when you're the cause of it. With dependable AC Delco auto parts from A-Line Auto Parts, you won't have to worry about tying up traffic. A-Line Auto Parts has the AC Delco parts to keep you going with quality products, including long-lasting AC Delco batteries, rapid-fire performance spark plugs, and a complete line of filters. Get quality AC Delco parts from any of the 10 Austin area A-Line Auto Parts locations. AC Delco, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
You know, Howard, in commercial, we were just talking, you and Matt and I, about getting the nerves out of the way, and I think both teams have done a little of that. And the calmest guy in the stadium, a little surprising, is Dick Vermeil. And I asked him right before, the game, what he would say to his team in the locker room. And he said, he thought for a moment, and he calmly said, you know what, I'll thank them for a great season, and then I'll tell them to have some fun out here and finish off a truly wonderful year. He was very calm, very easygoing, then shaked everyone's hand. And that's the way he is on the sideline right now. Dick Vermeil, very calm as his team goes up to the line of scrimmage.
Still first quarter. Let's see if he has the same mentality in the fourth quarter.
You know, here's what he said. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
Right. Kurt Warner, first down, deep drop, down the middle of the ballpark, and the catch is made. Into the secondary, Torry Holt to the 30-yard line of Tennessee. Blaine Bishop with the tackle, but a 32-yard strike from Kurt Warner.
A lot of time to throw the football. Holt lines up wide to the left. And again, nice time. He's able to go down and find the middle of the field where the safety had backed off. Holt found that thing, found the hole, and Warner found Holt. Again, the key, no pressure whatsoever. Right in front of Dorsett, who had gotten a little bit too deep, and Holt took advantage of it.
Holcomb and Falk now split the backfield. Holcomb goes in the slot to the right side. Ernie Conwell, a tight end, lined up on the right side. Holcomb goes in motion to the left. Backpedaling is Warner. Stepping up, throwing, complete into the secondary. And inside the 15-yard line of Marshall Falk. First down, St. Louis. A 17-yard completion.
Wow, that was beautiful, Howard. Here's what's going on. See, the Rams come out. They give you one set, and they wait for Tennessee to match up. Then they shift. And in that shift, Tennessee had to rematch because they were in man coverage. So they took Javon Kearse and shipped him all the way over to the other side. He tried to get a rush to that side, the same side Marshall Falk was on, who just went right down inside and was able to beat Eddie Robinson for a first down.
On first down plays, they've thrown 6 passes, have not run the ball. St. Louis. Warner on the handoff to Falk, bounces it to the outside. He's to about the 10-yard line and taken out of bounds there by Blaine Bishop. Well, have CBS Sportsline deliver the latest sports news to your email every morning. Sign up today at cbs.sportsline.com. Now, we're talking about a quarterback that went from the outhouse to the penthouse in 1 year. Before this year, he had 11 pass attempts to the league's MVP.
Well, he made up for it in a lot of time. Heck, he's already almost right at 100 yards already here in the first quarter. He's about like 95 to 100 yards. And he's on. And the whole key, again, and you'll hear it all game long, as long as they protect him, those guys are going to get open because they've got a lot of speed.
Terry Killen's in the game at linebacker. They give it a time to say thanks. So far, 1 field goal, and $100. The Tennessee Titans, Derek Mason, has helped elevate this team from 31st in the NFL in kickoff returns, particularly the way that he's returned kickoffs in the postseason, 1 for 80 yards against Minnesota. 6 plays, 54 yards in 2 minutes and 48 seconds for St. Louis, and they lead 3-0. And the kickoff by Wilkins into the end zone. Mason will field it 2 yards deep. He's coming out. Across the 10, running left to the 15. He slows up, and down he goes. Looked a little unsettled. Leonard Little makes the tackle, an 18-yard return, and he was not as convincing on that return as he has been in the past during this postseason. 3-0 St. Louis. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Terror strikes. Our news team is there first.
Scandal. We have the exclusive footage.
First on the scene. You'll only see it here.
Hello, I'm Jon Stewart from Comedy Central's The Daily Show. Why is it so important to get exclusive tragedy coverage? What difference does being the first to air human misery make? Well, as a newsman, I can tell you. It's the bonuses. First at a crime scene, you get $100. Exclusive disaster footage? Hello, Jamaica.
Watch The Daily Show with Jon Stewart weeknights at 11:10 Central, only on Comedy Central.
Welcome to Egghead.com. Going sideways.
What kind of elevator is this?
The cyber kind. This is how you choose from hundreds of thousands of computer products. You just point, click, and on sale auctions. Make a bid and win big on all your favorite brands. Next stop, obscure, hard to find items, and black, lacy lingerie.
Hi there.
Wrong floor. Remember, people, we're computer-focused here.
Egghead.com, the computer store inside your computer.
To ensure the safety of its players, the NFL requires helmets. But what about the suits in the offices? The NFL recommends UPS because when a shipment needs to arrive really early, UPS Early AM guarantees delivery overnight by 8 a.m. Sure, UPS can protect them from wicked paper cuts, but then again, this is football. It's not for the fragile. UPS, the official express delivery sponsor of the NFL.
For guarantee details, call 1-800-PICK-UPS or visit UPS.com.
Later on, we'll tell you about the call of the game brought to you by Priceline.com, where you name your own price for airline tickets, hotel rooms, home mortgages, new cars, and more. Name your own price only at Priceline.com. Derek Mason, by the way, had returned the kick against Jacksonville for the touchdown. Tony Horn did it against Minnesota. And so now Tennessee, from their own 16-yard line in poor field position, will start this drive late in the first quarter with 2:50 left.
Well, they came out throwing the ball well the first time. The first time they had the ball in that series, drove right down the field, led by Eddie George out of the backfield on a nice screen play.
Abdul Chittick comes in the game at defensive tackle for DeMarco Farr. McNair changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Lorenzo Neal, the fullback, shifting from left to right. McNair back to throw, throws and connects to the tight end, Jackie Harris, for a first down across the 25-yard line. Big Jackie Harris, a big target at 6'4", 250, and a pickup of 12 yards.
Now there's a matchup right there if they get it with Billy Jenkins, a strong safety that they should take advantage of. Jackie Harris, when he was in Green Bay, was just about ready to take. In fact, he went to the Pro Bowl. He was ready to be a star, and then he was banged up a little bit, but he has the ability in this game to win in all of his matchups.
Isaac Bird to the left, Kevin Dyson to the right, 5-man Ram front. The handoff to Eddie George running left, drives to about the 30, maybe the 31-yard line, a pickup of 3 on the play. Jeff Fisher in our meeting the other day said, what's the first biggest key? He said, making sure Marshall Faulk doesn't win the game's MVP.
Yeah, well, and he also said that the last time they played, they spent hour after hour to make sure he didn't, and he got 150 total yards. So he understands what he's up against, but he also knows that this offense has to stay in third and shorts.
Second down, and about 7 for Tennessee. 3-0 St. Louis. McNair on the handoff to George, and he's dropped for a loss of a yard. Excellent play by London Fletcher.
You know, London Fletcher made a great read and tackle, but Grant Wistrom made the play. Wistrom blew up the field and took the guard right into the backfield and forced Eddie George to have to make a decision. And once that happened, London Fletcher was able to just step right up. Wistrom came hard inside and pushed that thing up. Very, very well done.
London Fletcher was listed at 6 feet in their preseason media guide. Today, I'm 5'10", maybe 5'9". Forget that 6-foot stuff.
He's 5'9".
And that time, his stature played a role as he took out the feet. McNair throws, and it is incomplete on the quick throw as there was pressure coming up the middle on the blitz from Billy Jenkins.
Very well done by Billy Jenkins, a strong safety, and a gutsy call by Pete Junta, the defensive coordinator for the Rams. Again, these guys, they're letting everything hang out. They came hard up inside, nicely done by Ray Agnew, and also by Kevin Carter. Just by looping to the outside, no one in the backfield, he was able to get some pressure.
Az Hakim stands at the 28-yard line. McNair 0 for 4 when he has gone to a wideout thus far. Hendricks' punt is a high kick to the far sideline. Hakim fields it at the 21. Trying to go sideline, and he sprints across the 30-yard line. A 49-yard kick and a 10-yard return. Terry Killens made the tackle on specialty teams for Tennessee. It's 3-0 St. Louis with 39 seconds left, first quarter. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
BarnesandNoble.com delivers books and music right to your door. But we thought, what else can we do?
Hi, I'm Sue Grafton. You ordered my book, O is for Outlaw, from BarnesandNoble.com.
Great. Thanks for delivering it. Now, Sue, your next book will probably start with a P, right?
That's right.
Okay, well, I'm thinking P is for podiatrist. You see, I'm a podiatrist
Well...
Okay, P is for piglets. Piglets are real cute.
P is for piglets?
Think about it.
BarnesandNoble.com. We bring writers home. AOL keyword BN.
I'd like to talk to you about something that's real important to all of us, and that's a healthy home. And I'm here to tell you, as a father of a cystic fibrosis child, a healthy home means everything to me. Now, the Home Depot has joined with me and Team Boomer in my cause to fight cystic fibrosis by introducing our AquaLife water filtration system. The units feature 2 solid carbon filters that remove not only odor, but poor taste, and virtually eliminate all the elements that contaminate our water. So join Team Boomer, myself, and the Home Depot in bringing the gift of good health to your family.
LendingTree.com is turning the tables on the loan process. Now, rather than going from bank to bank in search of the best deal, you can have over 90 banks and lenders actually competing for your business. You simply fill out one form. Then, within hours, you'll receive up to 4 great offers. It's easy, it's free, and let's face it, it's better. LendingTree.com. When banks compete, you win. Equal housing opportunity. For additional information and state license disclosures, visit our website located at www.lendingtree.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is CBS Radio Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on Westwood One.
Sports Radio!
The government calls us KVET-AM Austin. Our friends call us Sports Radio 1300. The Zone.
Welcome back to the Georgia Dome, along with Matt Millen, John Dockery, and Beasley Reese. I'm Howard David. You're listening to Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. The Rams have a 3-0 lead and the ball from their own 31-yard line. Joe Salovey is in a defensive tackle for Tennessee in place of Jason Fisk. 2 receivers to the left. Warner back to throw. A lot of time. Throws in, deflected. What a last-minute great play by Samari Rolle. Ball slightly underthrown. Isaac Bruce would have been gone.
Very well done by Samari Rolle. Isaac Bruce lined up wide to the left side. They're going right to left. He was in the slot, ran down about 15 yards. The middle of the field was wide open. He had no help. Samari Rolle cut underneath right at the end, got his hand on it. Now here's the key. It bounced back up, and actually Isaac Bruce had a shot to catch it on the rebound. He came away with nothing.
Warner 6 of 12 for 95 yards. He's completed to 5 different receivers. Throws again. Wide open, Marshall Faulk. He's to the 50. He's to the 40. He's to the 30. And taken out of bounds by Denard Walker. Marshall Faulk was so wide open. It was incredible to believe that he could be that wide open. But they get 52 yards on the play.
The whole key, Howard, they went with a quick count. They came to the line of scrimmage and they waited. Tennessee waited to line up, and that was a mistake. They came right up. Boom, ball came out. Marshall Faulk, as they're going right to left, swung out to the right side. Nobody on him. That's the big key. The second key, Denard Walker. He had to have gotten an A in geometry because his angle was perfect. Took the top side, and clearly Marshall Faulk has better speed. Almost ran away with him, but he forced him out of bounds.
Kurt Warner might be the last play and will be of the first quarter, and Warner going ahead for about a yard. That's going to be the last play of the quarter. And
he was lucky, Howard. That was
Warner,
a fumble.
Yes, it was, and Warner collects it and gets to just shy of the 15-yard line. Now, that's the longest play allowed by the Titans in the playoffs this year, a 52-yard pass and catch and run by Marshall Faulk. 3-0 St. Louis, but they're knocking on the door again. That's the end of quarter number 1. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Excuse me, sir, I'm doing a survey. Do you mind telling me how often you change the oil in your car?
Every 3,000 to 5,000 miles.
Okay, and how often do you have a colorectal screening?
A what?
Excuse me, ma'am. When was the last time you had your gutters cleaned?
Gutters? Well, I do those every fall and spring.
Great. And when was the last time you had a mammogram?
2 years ago.
Ma'am, do you mind telling me if you've ever been late paying your taxes?
Well, never.
And have you ever been late making an appointment for your yearly pap smear?
Crazy, isn't it? We can be so good at taking care of the little things in life and so poor at taking care of life itself. That's why if you're an Aetna U.S. Healthcare member of the appropriate age, you'll be getting an annual mammography, pap smear, or colorectal screening reminder in the mail. So please make an appointment. It won't take much longer than an oil change, and it could save your life.
Today
a test of speed. We're here to see who's faster finding the perfect used car. Barry logging on to autotrader.com.
Aye.
Or a stadium filled with professional speed readers searching through thousands of newspaper classified ads.
Is this fair?
Well, sure it is. Okay, everybody, go! Wow, look at those pages flip. How you doing, Barry?
Pretty good. I put in the car I wanted, and wow, autotrader.com found 28 of them within 15 miles of here.
Ooh, a nasty paper cut. Paramedics to section 35B. Doing okay, Barry?
Yeah, I'm just reading a review.
I found it! I found his car. A great condition, leather, low mileage.
That's a personal ad there, Junior. Need to work on that comprehension, huh?
Yeah.
I finished the
Used financing and insurance options. It's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Titans have 7 defensive backs and 4 defensive linemen. Nobody in the backfield to block. Warner on the quick shovel lead. A live ball, and it's incomplete. Incomplete, an incomplete forward pass.
No, it's incomplete. He's trying to. One official is saying that's the right call by the official. The other official was pointing going the other way, and that was wrong.
Yep,
that's
that is
shovel
the right
pass.
Toss. Yep, a shovel pass and an incompletion. They had 7 defensive backs, and Warner trying to take it up inside. Well, it's no surprise to St. Louis. St. Louis, 10 straight games, the Rams have not allowed a first-quarter touchdown during the regular season. The Rams gave up a total of 49 points in the first quarter for their whole year and scored 124.
But what they haven't been doing here, that was just a poor play by Kurt Warner. He just, a little bit of panic. They did come with a blitz, and he pushed it underneath. Fortunately, it fell incomplete for him. But they've not been good in the red zone this whole game.
3rd and 9, St. Louis from the 16 of Tennessee. Warner back to throw. Throws knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Oh, the rush by Tennessee paid dividends. Josh Evans knocked it down, made the play, and for the second time, the Tennessee Titans, although threatened, will give up just a field goal try for Jeff Wilkins. He's 1 for 2.
Nicely done by Evans, because if he doesn't knock that ball down, Ricky Prohl had a deep in, and he would have had not only a first, and a chance at 6.
The Rams are 1 for 2 in kicking field goals. Wilkins is 1 for 1. The bad handle by Mike Horan. This will be a 34-yarder. Slight angle to the left. Placement is down. And the kick by Wilkins is wide right. Whoa, the Tennessee Titans continue to elude disaster. And the Rams continue to give away opportunities to score.
You can't do that. You can't waste opportunities, and it's just another reason of why I don't like kickers.
This is personal, too. 3-0 St. Louis. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Hello, everyone. This is Alex Trebek, and today's subject is job hunting on the Internet. What's the ultimate way for skilled administrative professionals to find temporary assignments? The answer is OfficeTeam.com. That's the website for Office Team, the leader in specialized administrative staffing. And at the Office Team site, you'll find a sophisticated job search service which quickly locates those assignments best suited for you and your qualifications. Take it from me, Alex Trebek, and call Office Team today. Or visit us at www.officeteam.com.
LendingTree.com is turning the tables on the loan process. Now, rather than going from bank to bank in search of the best deal, you can have over 90 banks and lenders actually competing for your business. You simply fill out one form. Then, within hours, you'll receive up to 4 great offers. It's easy, it's free, and let's face it, it's better. LendingTree.com. When banks compete, you win. Equal housing opportunity. For additional information and state license disclosures, visit our website located at www.lendingtree.com.
Steve Grokey of Cloudcroft, New Mexico, just won $1 million from CBS.Sportsline.com. Find out who's next and how you can win by clicking contests at CBS.Sportsline.com. I'd like to thank you for joining us. Today's broadcast of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. We'd also like to offer a special hello to all of you around the world tuning us in on Armed Forces Radio. Howard David with Matt Millen, John Dockery, and Beasley Reese. And the Rams so far have had the ball 3 times in the red zone. They've lost it on downs, once with a botched handle by Mike Horan, the holder. They've made 1 field goal and missed 1. So Tennessee continues to hang around, trailing 3-0. Chris Sanders wide to the left side. A handoff to Eddie George with room across the 30 and dropped to the 32-yard line by Dexter McCleon, the right quarterback. A gain of 8 yards for Eddie George, who is just having an outstanding career now in his 4th year from Ohio State. And you think about all the things that Eddie George has accomplished in just a short period of time. 4th running back in history with at least 1,200 yards rushing in his first 4 years in the league. Joining the likes of Earl Campbell, Barry Sanders, and Eric Dickerson. They give it to Eddie again, straight ahead to the 35 and a first down. Ray Agnew, the former New England Patriot and New York Giant, is there on the stop.
Just a little bit of power inside. On the first down where he picked up 8, he started to the right side as they're going right to left and then broke back to the left side. Nicely done on that left side by Brad Hopkins and Bruce Matthews. And the second time, on second down, they just powered straight ahead. Well done by Benji Olsen and Kevin Long in the center. That was just pure power.
Frank Wycheck comes back in the game at tight end, replacing Lorenzo Neal, the fullback, who goes out. 3-0 St. Louis with 13:52 remaining. First half. The Titans moving from right to left on your radio. They have it 1st and 10. They send Wycheck, their leading receiver, in motion. Blitz is on. McNair rolling right. Sets up. Looks long. Now tucks it under across the 40. McNair across the 45. Takes a shot to the mouth and goes down at the 48-yard line after a scramble of 13 yards.
He had to scramble because there was no place to throw. They tried to run Dyson right through the middle, and he was well covered. This is what we talked about at the start, which is so hard to coach against, and it's something that you can't really coach. You don't know when McNair is going to take off. He rolled to the right, no place to throw, and then because they came with a blitz inside, there was less defenders to the middle of the field, and he picked up 3rd down.
Todd Collins and Kevin Carter combined on the hit. 1st and 10, Tennessee from their own 48-yard line. Mason in motion from the left side. McNair, quick drop, pumps once and sacked. He gets dropped by Kevin Carter for the game's first sack. Kevin Carter, on his way to the Pro Bowl, makes the play, and McNair never had a chance.
And he didn't have a chance because he lined up over John Runyon. Runyon took a deep step, and Carter took a hard inside move. And he came right down hard and hit McNair right on the legs. Runyon set for an outside move. Carter took the inside and sets up second about 15.
Back at the 41-yard line. McNair sends Harris, the tight end, in motion to the formation. Now he sets in the backfield. Play action. McNair throws to Harris out in the flat across the 45 and dropped at the 49-yard line by Billy Jenkins after a gain of 7 yards. We have 3-0 St. Louis with 12:15 remaining first half.
Nice little swing pass. You know, the great thing about this Tennessee team is, as a group, they're unflappable. They don't get down. They stay right with it. They've been down before. They've been underdogs the whole time. They just keep on staying with you. And now they're 3rd and about 8 or so.
McNair under center from his own 49-yard line. They walk up to the line of scrimmage defensively to the Rams. McNair back to throw. Sprints out to the right. Throws and connects to Derek Mason. Right at the first down marker. Enough for a first down. Todd Light wrestles him down. Well thrown ball by Steve McNair. His first completion to a wide receiver. Matt, remember the conversation we had with Dick Vermeil the other day? He said, we have to defend McNair like he's the best quarterback in the NFL. We know he's not, but we have to play him that way.
Well, he's playing very well. And what he did, he rolled to the right there. They had a spy on him. And the spy just didn't want him to run. And he forced him to throw. And that's what I'm saying. Just when you think he won't make the throw, he'll make a great one.
That's the first reception by Derek Mason in the postseason. Jackie Harris goes in motion to the right, the tight end. Sets on the right side. McNair rolling right. Throwing it on the run. A low ball. It is incomplete. But certainly very catchable. Chris Sanders could not hold on. Todd Light defending. That was a well-thrown ball by McNair. It should have been caught.
Well thrown. It couldn't be any better. It hit Sanders right in the chest. And it was a bullet. I like the way Les Steckel, the offensive coordinator for Tennessee, is calling this game. He has them off balance. He's mixing a lot of dash, movement by the quarterback, and the running game effectively along with screens.
8th play of the drive for Tennessee. 3-0 St. Louis. 10:50 to go, second quarter. McNair on the handoff to Eddie George, and he's dropped right at the line of scrimmage. Excellent penetration up front by the St. Louis Rams, and particularly Jay Williams.
Jay Williams got the push. Scanina made the tackle, but Jay Williams, again, just like earlier where they forced Eddie George to have to redirect, it was because of the great push that Jay Williams had and forced him to have to redirect. Anytime you can get him to stop and start again, your defense is in great shape.
McNair has looked at Derek Mason on all 3 third-down plays. He has 1 catch. They have it now, 3rd down and 11 from the Rams 42, and a whistle calling a halt to the play.
Well, there's 5 seconds left, so it must have been motion on the offense.
Prior to the snap, false start, number 74, offense.
Ooh, Bruce
5
Matthews.
yards, 3rd down.
That's Bruce Matthews in his 17th season out of Southern Cal. Well, this Tennessee team, the 6th wild card team to advance to a Super Bowl. 2 of them won. Oakland, of course, in Super Bowl 15. I wonder who was on that team. Let me think.
I know a couple.
And then Denver in Super Bowl 32.
Charlie Clemens has checked into the game, and he's a speed rusher. Either that or they use him as the spy, and it looks like in this set they're going to put him on the spy to Steve McNair. Clemens can flat out run.
3rd and 16. McNair out of a shotgun, takes the direct snap. Deep drop by McNair, throws out to the right, a high ball, overthrows Kevin Dyson. Oh, the Titans have been in 3rd and long a lot. 3rd and 13, 3rd and 8 twice, and now 3rd and 16. And they'll have to bring on the punting unit with Craig Hendrick.
They had the right idea. Dyson tried to go to the yard marker, but a nice job by Dexter McCleon, who undercut the ball and forced him to have to throw it high. Just went through the hands of Dyson, but the reason was because of McCleon's coverage back underneath.
Oz Hakeem will await the punt of Craig Hendrick. He'll kick it from his own 40-yard line. Oz Hakeem at the 10 of St. Louis. And they did get a piece of it. They got a piece of that punt. It takes a forward bounce. And then finally is down at the 16-yard line. But Billy Jenkins got his hand on that punt by Craig Hendrick, a 31-yard kick. And the Rams will take over at their own 16-yard line with a 3-0 lead.
And Howard, with the CBS mics that we have down on the field, you could hear it. You could hear it boom, boom, right away. Nice job.
This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Bucky, so you like to play 1-on-2, huh? This competition we have a chance at. That mix and drinks competition was not fair because you guys have more experience at that. But see, this is athleticism now. See, that's what we were talking about when we said 1-on-2. Both of us can move. You're going to have to slide your partner across the ice. Hey, don't talk trash in here. Yeah. Not with us. No. As a matter of fact, Bill, if Bill Shoney's listening, please call.
Week 2 of the new morning press box starts at 6 a.m. on Monday on Sports Radio 1300 The Zone.
When you come home at night and ask me where do I want to go for a quick bite to eat, I usually say, I don't care, where do you want to go? But when I want incredible food, wine, and romance, and almost a sensual experience that lasts long after our meal is through, then I want you to take me to Chinatown. Because you know how I get when I'm surrounded by candlelight and the intimate atmosphere that Chinatown has recreated. So tonight, when you ask me where do I want to go for dinner, and I say Chinatown, well, you know what kind of evening I have in mind.
Wow, what a coincidence. I've been craving Chinatown all day.
Chinatown, the fine art of Asian cuisine.
Chinatown, upstairs at the corner of Greystone and Mopac.
Later on, we'll tell you about the MVP of the game brought to you by MVP.com, Gear, Insight, Performance. I guess you can say that so far the Rams have done a great job of keeping Javon Curse quiet.
And that goes back to Fred Miller. And I'm watching it a lot of times. He's just on his own. A couple times they've chipped him. But for the most part, he's done a good job. And the other thing that people forget about,
is they'll run at Javon Curse. He don't have much lead in his drawers.
Worst field position so far for the Rams. They lead 3-0 from their own 16-yard line. Six-man front for Tennessee. Warner back to throw. Throws it out to the left. Complete to Bruce at the 20. Across the 25 and tackled right there for a first down. Blaine Bishop is there to make the stop. But an 11-yard pickup, you might, what may sound like booing. It's not. It's Bruce.
They're giving him the Bruce call because they're running what they deem as standard operating procedure, which is a lot of crossing routes underneath. And in order to do that, again, you have to have protection. He's not really been touched unless they've blitzed him. And Fred Miller, I just watched the matchup. He ate Javon Curse up that last play.
First and 10 Rams from their own 27-yard line. 7 men in the box for Tennessee. Warner throws and connects to Marshall Faulk. He's hit by Dorsett at about the 33-yard line. But a gain of 6 on the play. Bishop and Dorsett combining for the hit. And Kurt Warner just got that pass away.
You're going to say that a lot because one of the things that Warner does exceptionally well is he sees the blitz and gets rid of it fast. And they came with a blitz to the inside. He read it and hit the hot man, which was Marshall Faulk out in the flat.
Kroll goes out to the left with Isaac Bruce. Torry Holt, the rookie from North Carolina State, out wide to the right. Now they shift and put Marshall Faulk in the slot to the left side. And we're going to get some movement. Roland Williams, the tight end.
Roland Williams moved. Keep in mind now he's a tight end, and he is allowed to shift. However, once his hand is down on the ground, he can't. But if he didn't set...
Neutral zone infraction, number 99.
There you go.
Defense, 5 yards, first down.
That's Kenny Holmes. See, the end man on the line of scrimmage, in that case, is Roland Williams. He can set and then shift. And so he won't be called for movement before.
Kroll goes out, and Jeff Robinson, a second tight end, comes into the Rams alignment on second down. A correction, first down with that penalty.
That time they had Ricky Kroll lined up in the backfield just to mess up coverage.
Marshall Faulk with own setback. Rams at their own 38-yard line with a 3-0 lead. They give it to Marshall running left. And Faulk put down after a gain of about a yard or two. 7:40 left first half. A low-scoring game. Many people felt that this was going to be a high-scoring affair, and it may turn out that way. But so far, I think you got to say that Tennessee likes the tempo of this game.
Oh, the longer this game stays close, it's their advantage. And we've been talking about that with this Rams team all the time. See, the thing about the Rams and their psychology, you have to remember teams like that. If they don't have a lot of points on the board, even though they're winning, they think they're losing.
Second down and 8 for the Rams from their own 40. Blitz on. Warner throws and connects to Isaac Bruce for a first down. Denard Walker makes the hit, but a perfectly thrown ball by Kurt Warner. Good for 15 yards to Isaac Bruce, nicknamed the Reverend Ike, and he made the connection there.
Well, the Rev had his soul saved that time by Kurt Warner because that ball was perfect. And it was right inside Bishop and Denard Walker. Thread the needle, he picked it up, another first down.
Isaac Bruce on his way to his second Pro Bowl. At 77 catches for 1,165 yards. He has 3 thus far today for 43. Jeff Robinson, tight end in motion. Warner again to throw. Throws it out to the left, and the pass is caught by Torry Holt, who goes out of bounds at the Tennessee 32-yard line. A gain of 13. Once again, let's go downstairs to John Dockery. Doc?
You know, Howard, Kurt Warner is so good at moving that ball around, but remember what Dick Vermeil said to us in our meetings. The mistake he made last week was not getting the ball to his impact players, to Bruce, to Marshall Faulk. He said that wouldn't happen this week, and it's not happening. He is getting them the ball.
No, you're absolutely right.
Doc, he can do that because his offensive line is playing their rear end off. Unless Tennessee blitzes, they've been getting no pressure.
Warner back to throw on first down, throws it out to the right. It's complete to Holcomb for a gain of only about a yard or 2. Robert Holcomb is hit immediately by Baron Wortham, the middle linebacker. And Joe Bowden. Well, we still have 5:40 left in the first half. St. Louis with a 3-0 lead. This is the 7 different receivers have caught balls from Kurt Warner thus far in this first half.
And this is where they have not played well. They've been driving the field up and down hard. They've been getting down here like the 25, 30-yard line, and they've been El Stinko. That's a technical term.
Yes, I know. That's an X's and O's term. Offset eye. Holcomb, the fullback, in motion to the left. Warner, quick drop. Looks, throws over the middle on time inside the 20-yard line to Torry Holt and a first down. A gain of 15 yards in the play. And Kurt Warner is in a rhythm right now.
Again, the offensive line, but Torry Holt lines up wide to the left. They're going left to right. They take Holcomb, swing him out to the left flat. The onus is on the underneath defender. If he breaks underneath to Holcomb, then you come off and you throw and drive it to Holt, which is exactly what happened. Blaine Bishop tried to undercut him, but it went too far, and he hit him right in the slant.
6 straight completions for Kurt Warner. First and 10, St. Louis. Quick snap. Pumping once is Warner. Throwing the fade, and there's a flag on the play. Torry Holt indicating a holding call on Tennessee. Denard Walker might be guilty.
Illegal contact, number 25, defense. 5 yards, automatic first down.
And Howard, you called it. It was the pump that got him. They were going to go with a post fade. Walker lined up to the inside. Torry Holt drove it, and he made the mistake of sneaking a peek back inside and bit. And once he bit on that pump, he got a jam on him and slowed it down, and it'll be a first down.
Holt playing with a sore shoulder and some injured ribs. 8th play of this drive, 6 passes, 1 running play. You may see Marshall Faulk in a steady diet. Instead, Warner back, looking, throwing over the middle. It is incomplete. That was intended for the tight end, Roland Williams, and that play got busted up completely. That stops the clock with 4.5 minutes left in the first half. And a Ram lead right now is 3-0, and they have missed 2 opportunities for other field goals and have come up empty. The Titans' Al Del Greco has missed 1 as well from 47 yards.
It's interesting watching wherever Marshall Faulk goes. He draws a crowd. He tried to swing out to the flat, but he had coverage all over him.
Bruce to the left. Holt to the right. Ricky Prohl lined up in the slot to the left side. Warner back, throwing it over the middle, touchdown. Now they call it incompletion. Well, this one we may get this reviewed only because I thought Holt had control as he crossed the goal line. They're calling it an incompletion.
And here's why. You have to make the catch and demonstrate you can do something with it. If he makes the catch, even though he may have his hands on it, and the defender, before he comes down, slaps it out, he doesn't demonstrate that he's done anything with the ball, and that will be ruled an incompletion. The same rule that they threw into effect last week at the end of the game against Tampa Bay with Bert Emanuel. Because he didn't demonstrate he could do anything with the ball. That's a great defensive play by Blaine Bishop.
And a good call by the officials on second look. 3rd down, Warner back to throw. Looking, throwing over the middle, incomplete. Well, the Rams have had opportunities aplenty in this first half. And the Tennessee Titans that keep bending that rubber band and then tightening it at the right time. So Jeff Wilkins, who's missed one, made one, and not had a chance to kick one, will come back on the field.
That was very good coverage. But Kurt Warner had a little bit of a gag action right there because he had time to throw, set his feet, and he got nervous. Let the ball go.
Wilkins with a 29-yard field goal, and it is good. So St. Louis gets the field goal, and that's the good news. The bad news is they've had plenty of chances to score touchdowns.
Sure.
And they have a 6-0 lead with 4:16 left in the first half. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Oh, snowy snow, how are you, my cold, cold nemesis? You are no longer my formidable foe, you abominable snow, but I have four-wheel drive, and you can give it a rest, white devil.
Wow. When it comes to snow, Jeep Grand Cherokee owners know no angst. Thanks to a full-time four-wheel drive system designed to get you through most any drift, Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
Matt Millen here. Want to feel like you just scored a touchdown? Then you have to try Priceline.com. Priceline.com is amazing. You see, Priceline.com lets you name your own price for airline tickets, hotel rooms, and more. That's right. You get to name the price you want to pay. Then you'll know within an hour or less whether or not Priceline can match your offer with a major airline or hotel. It's really pretty simple. People have saved hundreds of dollars on airline tickets and hotel rooms. It's unbelievable. Do yourself a favor and save BIGB. Try Priceline.com on the internet and name your own price.
I'm Wayne LaPierre, Executive Vice President of the National Rifle Association. What do NFL All-Pro receiver Steve Largent, All-Pro running back John Riggins, NBA All-Star Karl Malone, and Baseball Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan all have in common? They're all members of the NRA. Each year, the NRA runs over 12,000 shooting competitions, including one for NFL players at the Super Bowl. To find out more about NRA sports, call us at 1-800-672-3888.
Once again, let's join Beasley Reese on the sidelines. Bees?
Hey, guys, you want to do something neat? Watch a Super Bowl with Steve Young of the 49ers. You know he's got the record for most touchdowns in the Super Bowl at the number 6. Give me a quick thought on each quarterback so far.
Well, I think the Titans are doing the right thing. They've got to keep Steve McNair on the run, keep him out of the drop-back situation, bootlegs, play action, anything to keep him out of the pocket. I think he really does well outside. Even on 3rd and long, I'd move him. Warner, he's had 3 or 4 little touch plays, a little tip, a blitz, and this last play, I think, was a drop. Little things are keeping him from having 24 points on the board.
All right, look forward to your halftime report. Back upstairs.
Here's the kickoff to Derek Mason. Fields it on the run at the 7-yard line, running straight ahead to the 20. He's hit at the 25 and put down on the carpet right then and there. Mike Morton with a tackle of the play after a 19-yard return. A timeout is taken with the Rams ahead 6-0. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
This is Al Del Greco of the Tennessee Titans with an important message for everyone in our radio audience. Here in Tennessee, the Titans have a new home. Through the United Way and NFL partnership, we're helping families achieve the same goal. By helping low-income families obtain home ownership, the United Way is also offering families the opportunity to take ownership of their community. We all want to build safe, happy, and healthy communities. Through affordable housing, we can make a difference. Your contribution helps people in your own community, the people who need it most. United Way makes sure your money is well spent, the most efficient and effective way to give, the leader when it comes to helping people. Together, we can build a brighter future. Now, more than ever, the NFL, the United Way, and you, the power of teamwork.
You can drive all over town to have someone work on your car or truck. Why not save yourself the trouble and make one trip for everything to participating Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers for quality care service? With the right people, right parts, and right prices, they won't leave you stranded. And neither will the cold cranking amps of a Motorcraft Tested Tough battery. Now just $59.95, including a 72-month limited warranty. That's quality care at your service.
MSRP. Installation and taxes extra. See dealer for the price and details till March 19, 2000.
A reminder to stay tuned for the Campbell's Chunky Soup halftime report with Tommy Tighe. Tommy will be joined by NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, Rams Hall of Famer David Deacon Jones. Brought to you by Campbell's Chunky Soup, the soup that eats like a meal. Steve McNair, 5 of 11 for 65 yards passing. Listen to this, Matt. Rams, 32 total offensive plays. 22 have been run from Titans territory. And they're only ahead 6-0.
They're one play away from being behind. That's the biggest key. The second thing is the Titans have been playing excellent red zone defense.
Single setback, Eddie George. Tennessee 1st and 10 from their own 26-yard line. McNair with a long count. Change the play at the line of scrimmage. Goes back to throw. McNair throws over the middle, and it is incomplete. Jackie Harris, the tight end, the intended receiver, and Todd Collins with a deep drop makes the defensive play.
Well, they went man-to-man. And what they did, they had Wycheck lined up right aside of Jackie Harris, and then they motioned Wycheck out, and they declared it. And so the strong safety, Billy Jenkins, goes out. Then they tried to hit Jackie Harris down the middle, but Mike Jones and Collins were right on top of him.
4 balls to Harris, 3 catches. He's only thrown to Whitecheck, his regular season leading receiver, once in this game. Blitz is on up the middle. McNair back, throws, and it is nearly intercepted. Todd Light had his hands on it. On the pass, looking for Kevin Dyson. It is incomplete.
They came with a zone blitz. You mentioned it. They showed it inside, and they came, but what they did, they dropped everybody off. And what they're trying to do is trying to make Steve McNair read one thing and see another. And that time he did, because Todd Light dropped off and was sitting waiting for Dyson and broke on the ball before Dyson did, all because of the zone blitz up front. Should have been picked. Hit him right in the chest.
Todd Light on his way to the Pro Bowl, a first-round pick of the Rams in his 9th year from Notre Dame. 3rd and long again for Tennessee. Shotgun for McNair with time. Now sprints out to the right, looking for a receiver, and just unloads it as he's chased to the sideline. Well, the Rams now starting to figure out Steve McNair, and he hasn't done very much. They'll go 3 and out, and the punting unit will come on.
That was well done by London Fletcher and also Kevin Carter. And what they figured out, Howard, is on 3rd long, and they've been keeping him in 3rd and long. Again, they were in 3rd and long. They come in with a spy with Charlie Clemens, and then the defensive ends, they held their outside. In that case, it was Kevin Carter. He forced him to the side and forced a bad throw.
Hakeem winning the punt of Craig Hendrick. They almost got him last time. He takes the snap and gets this punt away and sends a pretty punt up the right side. Hakeem at the 25. And he is wrestled down to the carpet by Jaden Sidney, who would not let go. A 49-yard kick, a loss of 2 on the return. That's great downfield coverage by Jaden Sidney. Let's go down to Beasley Reed to the sideline. Beasley?
Okay, guys, I'm with John Elway. John, MVP of last year's Super Bowl. Everybody knows all of your great exploits. Talk to me about this game, particularly, of course, the quarterbacks.
Well, you know, they're both playing pretty well, but I think the Rams should feel fortunate at this point in time.
Now, talk to me about the post.
So, retirement's been a lot busier than I thought it would be.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot for joining us. Back up there.
All right, Beasley, 1st and 10, St. Louis. The handoff to Marshall Faulk running right to the 25 and dropped to the 28-yard line, and then a flag comes in. At the end of the play, Samari Roll with the tackle.
What a nice job by Fred Miller on Javon Curse.
Oh, that's holding on St. Louis. We have 3:30 left in the first half. 2nd penalty on the Rams. The Rams with a 6-0 lead.
Holding, number 86, offense. 10 yards. Repeat the down.
That's
First
Roland
down.
Williams with tight end. Well, the Rams have been held under 10 points in the first half only one time all year in the regular year, and that was against Tennessee as they trailed 21-0 at halftime. They made a run, and that game came up a little short.
Well, you know, I called that game, and I had the distinct feeling that the only thing that stopped Tennessee in that, the Rams that game was the Rams, and they only ran out of time.
1st and 20 for the Rams. Warner throws on the run. The catch is made by Marshall Faulk, and he's out of bounds at the 20-yard line by Joe Bowden. So with 3:07 left in the first half, and St. Louis ahead 6-0. I think it's fair to say that when you read so much and talk to the players and expect a certain kind of a game, more often than not in the Super Bowl, what you expect is the last thing you get.
Well, I don't know about in this one here because I think the Titans are playing pretty darn good. Rams haven't run the ball well, but Warner's thrown for over 200 yards already in the first half.
Only 6 points to show for it. 2nd down and 13. Warner, quick pump, throws it in, deflected at the line of scrimmage. Nice play by Steve Jackson, about 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. And so Kurt Warner now faced with a 3rd and 13 and still 2:40 left in the first half. And don't forget, Tennessee has all 3 of their timeouts to use.
Tennessee can thank their defense for being in this game right now. That's the only reason they're in this game. They've knocked down a few balls. They've done excellent job in red zone. And again, with another knockdown by Jackson here, they're setting up this 3rd and long because if he doesn't knock that one down, Isaac Bruce has himself another first down.
Rams have passed on all 6 of their third down situations. They're 2 of 6. And they have kept Javon Kearse away from Kurt Warner. He takes the direct snap. Looking, throwing deep down the left side, and the pass is caught at the 35-yard line. Enough for a first down. It stops the clock. Torry Holt with a reception. Dean and Sidney with the coverage. And a gain of 16 yards on 3rd and 13 for St. Louis.
Nicely done. Just an out to the left side as they're going left to right. But again, the whole thing is set up by the offensive line. Not only Javon Kearse, they're taking care of Josh Evans, Henry Ford. They're taking care of everybody inside. They've been running stunts. But the offensive line, to me, is having a phenomenal day.
Hakeem out wide to the left side, along with Torry Holt. 4 wide receivers. Kroll and Bruce to the right. Shotgun for Warner. Takes the snap. Steps up. In trouble. Lost the handle on it. That's a free ball. But they're marking it way back at the 28-yard line. I thought that was a fumble by Warner.
Well, it's the beanbag, which would mean they picked it back up. Oh, they're going to call it a sack.
Was down by contact. That's the 2-minute warning.
That's Bob McElwee, and he's calling that a sack, which is a break for Tennessee.
So, with a 2-minute warning upon us, and the Rams ahead 6-0, you're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Congratulations. You've successfully planned another vacation. You've called the airline, the hotels, the rental car places, and you just hung up the phone. So, brace yourself. Here it comes. The nagging doubt. The one that says, did I get a good deal on this vacation? It's like your constant travel companion. It shows up on the airplane. Did I get a better fare than him? It rears its ugly head at the rental car counter. What is this, a Yugo? And it usually stabs you in the back at the hotel. Don't worry, sir. That ice machine is really quiet. But you've learned to live with it. And the nagging doubt usually does go away in about a year. By then, it's time to book another trip. There's a better way to book travel. Travelocity.com. You'll have over 700 airlines, over 45,000 hotels, and over 50 rental car companies, all at your fingertips. You're in control. Even look at a picture of your hotel room or choose your airline seat. Enjoy your vacation and save your nagging doubt for your auto mechanic. Travelocity.com. Go virtually anywhere.
I'd like to talk to you about something that's real important to all of us, and that's a healthy home. And I'm here to tell you, as a father of a cystic fibrosis child, a healthy home means everything to me. Now, the Home Depot has joined with me and Team Boomer in my cause to fight cystic fibrosis by introducing our Aqua Life water filtration system. The units feature 2 solid carbon filters that remove not only odor, but poor taste, and virtually eliminate all the elements that contaminate our water. So join Team Boomer, myself, and the Home Depot in bringing the gift of good health to your family.
Rocks, you are but boulders, only smaller. Rocks, you break scissors and are covered by paper, and I will drive over you and embarrass you in front of your own. Oh, sweet retribution.
Okay, maybe Jeep Grand Cherokee owners look at rocks a little differently. With its available quadra-drive system, Jeep's most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, it's easy to see how even rocks become insignificant. Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
Rams' first sack that they have allowed in their last 86 pass attempts dating back to the third quarter of the Vikings game 2 weeks ago. And so now St. Louis has it, 2nd and 17 from their own 29-yard line with a 6-0 lead at the 2-minute warning. Second quarter here in Super Bowl 34. Kurt Warner back to pass. Has time. Sets up, throws, and catch is made across the 40-yard line by Torry Holt. Enough for a first down for St. Louis. Kurt Warner had an enormous amount of time and makes the connection for 18 yards. And now the Rams have taken a timeout.
Excellent job by Warner, like you mentioned, but he also stepped up to buy even more time.
With a timeout on the field, 6-0 St. Louis. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
To show the difference between MaxFootball.com and the football coverage on other sports websites, we asked All-Pro middle linebacker Dexter Monroe to demonstrate on retired Rosewood Elementary third-grade teacher Ruth Schneider. Dexter? That's it. MaxFootball.com. Big-time original video and audio coverage of your favorite pro and college teams. Coverage that pretty much crushes the other football websites. You want football? Take it to the max. MaxFootball.com.
Log on to SuperBowl.com for the up-to-the-minute Super Bowl coverage. Everything you want to know about the players, teams, and Super Bowl weekend on SuperBowl.com, a place for NFL fans online. 1st and 10, Rams from their own 47-yard line. Empty backfield. Ricky Prohl in motion to the left. Warner backpedals, looks to the left. Throws. The ball is incomplete. Off the chest of Ricky Prohl. And that stops the clock with 1:39 left until halftime. Samari Roll and Donald Mitchell with coverage.
Well, that's on Donald Mitchell. Samari Roll had the coverage. Donald Mitchell had the knockout shot, Ricky Prohl, which gave him some alligator arms. They spread everybody out. He lined up in the left slot as they're going left to right and just came back to the inside. But Mitchell was hanging in there and gave him a shot. The arm sunk in a little bit and you have an incompletion.
Warner marches him to the line of scrimmage. The Rams 47. Moving from left to right on your radio. Marshall Faulk in motion to the left. Warner back. Throws. And the catch is made inside the 40 by Isaac Bruce. He is brought down by Gainan Sidney for 15 yards.
Going to hurry up, Howard. That was beautiful. That was a page right out of the Bill Walsh School of Thought.
Shotgun again for Warner. Takes the direct snap. Has time. Throws out to the left, and a catch is made again. Oz Hakeem at the 21-yard line of Tennessee. And enough for a first down in front of Samari Roll for 17 more. And now the Rams are eating up yardage like Pac-Man.
And now we're going to see exactly where Pac-Man goes because he's down to the end. And this is the red zone where they have been eaten up by Pac-Man. A lot of time to throw the football. Warner's already set a record, Super Bowl record, for most passes attempted in the first half of the Super Bowl.
And yet it's one of the lowest scoring first halves up to this point. Again, the empty backfield. Warner against a three-man rush. He's in trouble and is sacked. And then a flag comes down. Kenny Holmes sacking Kurt Warner, but a flag came from the secondary.
I wonder if it's going to be on Mitchell working on Ricky Prohl.
Defensive holding Tennessee. That's an automatic first down.
Mitchell was working on Prohl. Prohl was in the slot, tried to get away. Mitchell put the clamps on him.
Holding, number 30, defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's 5 penalties on the Titans, 3 on their defense, and that a costly one. It gives them a fresh set of downs and a lot of time. 1:06 left in the first half. St. Louis first down at the Tennessee 16-yard line. Kurt Warner under center. Took over at their own 23. This the 9th play of the drive. Warner back to throw. Has time. Into the end zone. Incomplete. Ricky Prohl, the intended receiver, covered by Anthony Dorsett. For the lowest scoring Super Bowls at halftime, Super Bowl 9. That was a pitcher's duel. Pittsburgh 2, Minnesota 0. Super Bowl 23, Cincinnati and San Francisco were tied at 3. And in Super Bowl 3, the Jets had a 7-0 lead over Baltimore. Right now, St. Louis, a 6-0 lead over Tennessee.
Holding, number 61, offense. 10-yard penalty. Repeat the down. First down.
Penalty is on Tom Newton, the left guard. And that helps Tennessee for the field goal. They made 2. One was missed, and then a botched handle by the holder, Mike Coran.
This Tennessee defense, Howard, has been on the field the whole first half, and they have been outstanding down here in this red zone area.
Marshall Faulk, the lone setback. Warner with a quick drop. Throws the slant behind the intended receiver who adjusted on the play, Torry Holt, and makes the catch at the 20-yard line for 6 yards.
Torry Holt had an excellent first half. But again, this first half belongs to the offensive line of St. Louis, who has really been taking care of the pass rush.
Warner again with a quick drop. Sprints out to the right, buying some time. And now takes off and is brought down, and then a flag is thrown.
That's on Javon Curse.
Javon Curse with a tackle. Might have got a piece of the face mask.
He got more than a piece. He got the full Monty.
Well, the penalties mounting up against Tennessee.
That'll be a 15-yarder, 2 and a first down.
Foul. 15-yard face mask.
10 yards.
90 defense. Half the distance to the goal line.
That was 10 yards right down.
32 seconds left in the first half, and things starting to unravel a little bit for Tennessee. They only trail 6-0. But St. Louis with the ball at the Tennessee 10-yard line, and they had not put any pressure in recent plays. And that one on Curse. That's the first time he's even met Kurt Warner in this first half.
That was great speed by Curse. Took another good angle to beat him, because if he gets by Javon Curse, he has a big play. And you know, this is going to sound a little Raiderish, but that was a good penalty.
It is Raiderish.
Yeah, that's good football.
First and goal. Warner throws. Passes juggled and dropped. The pressure came on a blitz by Blaine Bishop, the strong safety, and that forced Warner to throw it early. 3 drops, though, by the Rams. It stops the clock with 28 seconds to go in the first half. St. Louis has a 6-0 lead. And you're right, Matt. Tennessee's defense not only has kept him in this game, but has given him hope that they can get a stop here and force another field goal try.
And Greg Williams is calling some pretty gutsy calls, because he's brought Blaine Bishop and he's forced Warner to make quick decisions down here.
Greg Williams, the defensive coordinator of the Tennessee Titans. Second and goal at the 10. Warner back, looking to throw. He's hit as he throws from behind, incomplete. Kenny Holmes nailed him from the blind side. And the clock stops with 24 seconds remaining until halftime.
Boy, that's good coverage by Tennessee. No place to throw the ball quick, and that's what this Ram offense is predicated on, is to get out, and it's kind of a fast break. And the ball has got to come out fast. This time, Kenny Holmes beat Orlando Pace because of the coverage down the field. Remember, the field is shrunk. They're on the 10-yard line. You're only talking about a 20-yard field.
St. Louis is going to take a timeout, and I think the reason for it is I think Kurt Warner got the wind knocked out of him on that hit,
among other things. Some bodily fluids down there, I'm noticing also.
6-0 St. Louis will check the fluids. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
This is Joe Namath, Brian.
Great to hear your voice.
I hear you're a great football fan.
Yeah.
Do you know what it's like to feel the power?
The NFL power to me.
Tommy will be joined by NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue. Rams Hall of Famer Deacon Jones, brought to you by Campbell's Chunk Sauce in Baltimore, December the 5th. Well, they got waxed 41-14. Now the Rams have it third and goal from the 10-yard line. Kurt Warner back to throw. Throws to the feet in the corner, and it is incomplete, looking for Ricky Prohl.
He had the right idea if he had the time, and he was working on Mitchell. Prohl lined up in the slot as they're going left to right. He just kind of ran, I don't know what you call it, like about a 10-yard in, and then he tries to bend back out to the flag. And the ball's laid out there. It's kind of a fade, but it's a little bit more inside. The outside receiver does like a 2-yard stop to force that coverage, and you try to take advantage of the outside.
Wilkins, who's 2 of 3 thus far, make it 3 of 4 as he drills the field goal to give the Rams a 9-0 lead with 15 seconds remaining in the first half. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Welcome to Egghead.com. Going sideways.
What kind of elevator is this?
Excellent job of picking up the blitz and gave him time to throw.
As a result, and we're only at halftime, McNair takes the snap, takes the knee, and they'll go to the locker room and talk it over. So thus far, it has been a dominant performance by St. Louis between the 20s primarily, and they have 3 field goals to show for it. They lead 9-0 at halftime. When we return, Tommy Tighe joins us with the Campbell's Chunky Soup halftime report. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
MVP Michael Jordan.
You know, he's not exactly happy. He said the great defense in the red zone by Tennessee, not great offense by his team. Said there's some things he thinks he can do, but, you know, some questions at the end of that half, Tommy. Tennessee, Frank Wycheck, some question about his knee acting up. Why isn't he getting the ball? They said he's fine. They said it was just good coverage by the Rams. And that Jackie Harris, who has some 3 catches, I think it is, was getting open. The other thing, Steve McNair's turf toe find, and some people were surprised to see Javon Kearse on the sidelines for a number of plays at the end of the half. Well, it was simply that it was not cramps, as some people were speculating, but just that he was tired. They wanted to keep people fresh, so they were doing some rotating. Back to you, Tommy.
All right, John, we look forward to hearing from you in the upcoming 30 minutes. This has been the Campbell's Chunky Soup Halftime Report, sponsored by Campbell's Chunky Soup, the soup that eats like a meal. The second half kickoff is coming up, so let's rejoin the fellows calling all the action in the second half, Howard David and Matt Millen. All right, Tommy, thank you. You'd have to go back 11 Super Bowls ago to find a Super Bowl where there were no touchdowns in the first half. Cincinnati and San Francisco that year in 1989 each kicked a field goal before San Francisco went on to a 20-16 victory. And so far we have 3 field goals, all by St. Louis's Jeff Wilkins. Rams, though, in the red zone, 15 plays, 7 yards. And Kurt Warner is 0 for 11 passing in the red zone in that first half. That's a huge stat.
I agree with that. And I think to echo what John Dockery said when he was talking to Dick Vermeil, I think it's 2 reasons. I think, first of all, I think Tennessee's played excellent defense in the red zone. I think the second part is Kurt Warner got a couple of happy feet down there. Clearly, he had time to make a touchdown throw into the corner with Ricky Prohl, and they had the right coverage. They had the right pattern. That didn't happen. And then earlier, he just rushed himself a few times. Nevertheless, it's 9 points, and the point we made at halftime, very valid point, and that is you're 1 play away from this game being right back in the thick of things, and more than that, this is still anybody's game at 9-0.
Well, let's talk about the keys that we had at the beginning of the game. For the Rams, they had to keep Javon Kearse off Warner. They've done that.
Yep.
They have to make McNair play quarterback. They've done that because his numbers have been horrible in the first half. And they had to get Marshall Faulk in the rhythm. They haven't done that, but they did talk about attacking early. They tried that. They were successful, but only between the 20s.
Well, I think the biggest thing, though, Howard, we said this, it depended, and I said this at the start, it depended how Tennessee's corners could play in man coverage. And the answer there, between the 20s, they haven't been very good. Now, that's a combination of things. It's also been a combination of the offensive line of the Rams keeping off the heat, giving Warner lots of time to throw. And I think the other thing to remember when you talk about Steve McNair, his numbers aren't very impressive, but his attempts also aren't either. The fact is, the Ram offense has been so dominant in the first half that Tennessee offense hasn't been on the field very much, so we don't know exactly what the heck they do have.
We talked about the Titans and their keys before the game. Get Eddie George going early. Well, looked like they started too early on, but you can't really say they accomplished that. They wanted to get the Rams into a 2nd and long, 3rd and long. They did that. Now, the other thing is they wanted to play physical, and they've done that. So, on balance, you'd say that so far Tennessee's game plan has worked up to a point because they're only down 9-0. St. Louis's game plan has worked up to a point. They've moved the ball effectively down the field, but haven't put it into the end zone yet.
Yeah, and the other part of that is that Tennessee wanted to stay in 3rd and short, 3rd and 5 or less, 3rd manageable. And clearly in the first half, they've had a ton of 3rd and long. Seemingly every time we turned around, it was 3rd and 8, 3rd and 13, 3rd and 16, 3rd and 10. And there was a lot of them, so it's been tough.
If you're Dick Vermeil, and looking at, at him on the sidelines and just watching his demeanor, this guy looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. And you look at Jeff Fisher, normally a more visible, a more animated coach. He's been pretty much under control also in the first half.
Yeah, and I think the bottom line there is, you know what? Anytime a player ever looks to the coach and say, you know what, my guy's pretty darn calm. We're doing pretty good. And it's time for that guy to say adios. I'm looking forward to this one, guys. This second half, like I said, this may as well be 0-0.
Follow all the games live on the internet with real-time scoring at cbs.sportsline.com. The Heat Sure start of the second half is sponsored by Heat, America's #1 gas line antifreeze. Remember when St. Louis played Minnesota just 2 weeks ago? And Minnesota was ahead by 3 at halftime?
Yes.
And then they exploded. Bang! It was like the roof caved in on the Vikings because then Tony Horn returned the kickoff for touchdown, and it was 88 and out the gate. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
88. In other words, you're playing the piano.
Right now, this is the 10th time a team in Super Bowl history has not scored a touchdown in the first half. The previous 9 have gone on to lose the game.
Well, we'll see how that holds up. Wilkins for the kickoff to start the third quarter, and Derek Mason will take it a yard deep in the end zone. running left to the 10, back to the right 15, trying to go outside. He's to the 20. Mason across the 25 to the 28-yard line. Leonard Little makes the tackle for St. Louis. Nice return for Derek Mason of 29 yards. Well, Atlanta, who was hosting the Super Bowl, it's the second time since 1994 they hosted Super Bowl 28. That was Dallas's 30-13 win over Buffalo, the Bills' fourth straight loss. They're also bidding on Super Bowl in 2005, and NFL was adamant. They said the weather this week will have no effect on our decision-making process for Atlanta's future hosting of Super Bowl.
Howard, this is a big series right here for this Tennessee team. They've got to establish something.
McNair has misfired on his last 5 passes at the end of the second quarter, and now Steve McNair is changing the play at the line of scrimmage. He's under center. McNair takes the snap, goes back to throw, throws it over the middle, complete. Frank Wycheck's first catch of the day across the 40-yard line to the 41 and a pickup of 13 yards, while Wycheck, who was the leading receiver for Tennessee all year, finally catches a ball.
3 receivers to the left side. 2 of them are tight ends. And they've been working this all game long. Wycheck, Jackie Harrison, and the receiver outside. All they do, again, because there's good time, you just wait for your defense to declare. Wycheck goes deeper, breaks to the outside in front of Jenkins, and it's a first down.
Their first down since 11 minutes left in the second quarter. First and 10, Tennessee from their own 41-yard line. Harrison motion they give to Eddie George. Running it straight ahead to the 44-yard line. A gain of 3 yards on the play. He runs into Todd Collins out of Newmarket, Tennessee, a former New England Patriot.
I was talking to Todd before the game. He said, you know, all my family came down. He said, I used up those tickets real fast. Keep in mind that the National Football League gives each player 2 tickets free, and then you have the option to buy 13 more, and that's it.
Dyson wide to the left side. Isaac Bird wide to the right. Harris, the tight end, in the slot right side. McNair checking off at the line. Looks over the defense. McNair takes the snap. Back to throw. McNair throws it out to the right, and it is caught by Harris for a first down inside St. Louis territory to the 47-yard line, where Todd Light shoves him out of bounds. And the Titans doing something that we haven't seen offensively yet in this game. They're developing a little bit of a rhythm here on this one drive.
And they're using the tight ends, and that time Jackie Harris is lined up against Mike Jones and actually caught him in his zone. And Jones just had the flat area, just outran it. I tried to undercut it. Jackie Harris did a nice job of being able to make the catch and then pick up the first down.
Minute and a half gone by in the third quarter. The Rams lead the Titans 9-0 in Super Bowl 34. McNair under center with Eddie George behind about 6 paces. 4-man front for the Rams. McNair takes the snap, the draw to Eddie George running left. Turns the corner inside the 45 to the 40. And out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Maybe the 35 of St. Louis. Dexter McCleon forces him out. But Eddie George gets 13 yards on the play.
Howard, what Les Steckel, the offensive coordinator, has said, they calmed them down. They said, let's go back to what we always do. We'll use the tight ends. We'll just work the underneath, and then we'll be able to use our running game. Couple of draws. This time Eddie George starts inside and then just uses his speed and gets to the outside and picks up another first.
Titans with the ball at the 34 of St. Louis. Tennessee moving from right to left on your radio. McNair on the handoff to Eddie George, straight ahead to about the 32. In the last 2 ball games in the playoffs, Tennessee scored a touchdown on their first drive of the second half to try to have a trifecta here, and this is the Super Bowl where it's 9-0 St. Louis.
It's a straight dive inside. Grant Wistrom got a little bit of a push. When they've been able to limit Eddie George is when they've gotten a push out of the defensive line and forced George to have to go one way or the other.
5-man Ram front. Second down and 8. McNair straight drop, swings it out of the backfield to Eddie George. And he is taken out of bounds in a strong tackle by London Fletcher and Todd Collins after a gain of about 3. It'll set up third down. Let's go down to the sidelines and John Dockery.
You know, Howard, Jeff Fisher coming out of the locker room was very comfortable. There's no panic in him whatsoever. He is calm. 9-0, not insurmountable. Simply said that we have to stay out of third and long. We have to get some rhythm in our offense and stay away from those situations, and we'll be just fine. Also, Also said his defense can answer anything that the Rams come with.
They have so far. 3rd and 5, Tennessee at the 29 of St. Louis. Shotgun for McNair. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Swings it out of the backfield, and Eddie George brought the alligator arms in. The pass is dropped. Shouldn't have been. As Todd Light was covering on the play, and we'll see if they're going to bring on Al Del Greco, who's missed one field goal, and apparently that's what they're going to do.
That'll be about a 46-yard field goal or so, 46, 47.
Well, he missed one from 47 in the first half. Titans looking to get on the board.
Howard, he missed Frank Wycheck wide open in the middle of the field. There was nobody around him. He opted to go outside to the check down, and George dropped it.
Would not have been enough for a first down if Todd Light had wrapped him up. 6th field goal try today for both teams. Super Bowl record is 7. This is a 47-yarder with a slight angle to the right. Craig Hendrick will put it down at the 37. The placement is down.
He got it.
Kick is blocked. It is picked up by DeMarco Farr, and he is dropped at the 30-yard line.
Todd Light right on top of it. They came off the left side, Howard. They occupied the outside wingman, and Todd Light took the inside. And because of the tackle, who got the down block from the tight end, it opened that gap between the tight end and the tackle. And Light came clean.
Oh, that's the key. He came clean.
Sure, Kevin Long was the tight end, and he made the mistake.
9-0 St. Louis remains. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Lone Star Cafe is serving up delicious Texas traditions like a plate of sizzling fajitas, finger-licking baby back ribs, or a Texas-sized juicy steak. Come in and order up your favorites. Stop by the bar and enjoy a refreshing margarita or your favorite drink. And the Lone Star Cafe has meeting rooms available at no extra charge. Just give them a call and they'll reserve one for your group. Lone Star Cafe, locally owned and operated since 1980, with 8 convenient locations to serve you.
Still having fun down at the Lone Star Cafe.
The people of Austin are special, and at Charles Mon Toyota, the customer is treated special. That's why Charles Mon Toyota is Austin's #1 metro dealer in customer satisfaction. Austin gets a great selection and great prices. Camry, just $16,997. The all-new Echo, just $99,97. Customer satisfaction. Isn't that what it's all about? Click on montoyota.com. Charles Mon Toyota. Easier, faster, better.
11:19 to go, 3rd quarter here in Super Bowl 34. Standing by on the sidelines with the winningest coach of all time is Beasley Reese.
Well, that coach is Don Shula, and I'm actually sitting up with him right now in a beautiful suite. Coach, what would you say to these two teams? And nobody's coached more of these things than you have. What's it like in the locker room of a Super Bowl, and what do you say to the guys?
I think Jeff Fisher had to be very happy to be down only 9-0 at halftime. So I think that he felt by being down 9-0 that he had a chance to do some of the things they've done all season in the second half and get the running game going and then have McNair make some plays. And they started out with a drive, but then it was stopped short on a blocked field goal.
All right, Coach, thanks a lot. Enjoy the game.
Glad to do it.
Back upstairs.
All right, Bees, first field goal blocked on Del Greco since 1996. Marshall Faulk on the handoff. Straight dive across the 35 to the 36-yard line. And Javon Curse, who we haven't mentioned very much today, is in on the stop. By the way, most passing yards in a half. The record is held by Doug Williams, who had 307 in Super Bowl 22. Kurt Warner had just 30 yards less in the first half. Javon Curse with 3 tackles in the ball game. Gain of about 4 for Marshall Faulk. 2nd and 6. Rams moving from left to right on your radio. Warner on the delay to Marshall Faulk. He's tripped up and a loss of a yard.
Fumble.
Ball is loose and it has been covered by St. Louis. Javon Curse tripped up.
Jeff Robinson
Marshall
picked that
Faulk.
thing up.
Yeah.
They tried to run a trap back to the inside, and they lost the yardage plus the fumble took him back another yard. It's going to set up 3rd and about 7 or so.
Well, this is what Jeff Fisher said he wanted. He wanted to get St. Louis in 3rd and long. Now he's got his wish.
Now he's got to be able to get some pressure on this quarterback. That's something they haven't been able to do without blitzing.
Well, they've got a 5-man front.
They've been going with as little as 3. Well, they also have Blaine Bishop, and he's coming. Blitz is on. Warner throws over the middle and is caught. On a first down of Torry Holt, who's had a big game thus far. That's Marshall Falk. Correction, that is Falk. Yeah. 88, you're right. I thought it was Holt 88. My mistake.
What a great read. But more than that, nice pickup. They brought Blaine Bishop off the corner. They're going left to right. Bishop came off the right side. They did a fantastic job of picking that up, and then he saw Marshall Falk back underneath working against Mitchell, and the ball was thrown for a first down. Well done.
That's the 5th catch for Marshall Falk for 90 yards, and it moves the sticks to the 43 of St. Louis. 9-0 Rams, third quarter. Kurt Warner back to throw. Has a lot of time. Throws it deep down the middle, and wide open is Isaac Bruce. Inside the Tennessee 30-yard line. Denard Walker is there for the touch. But a 30-yard connection to Pro Bowler Isaac Bruce.
Lining up wide to the right as they're going left to right again. No pressure on the quarterback. Lots of time. They swing Marshall Falk up. That brings the underneath coverage towards him, and it opens it up. And he actually hit a seam in the zone. They just got their drop, and if you give this team time, guys like Isaac Bruce and Holt will eat you up.
9 balls to Bruce. He's caught 5 for 88 yards. Warner under center. And he goes back to throw. Looks to the middle. Throws. And it is caught at the 10-yard line by the tight end, Ernie Conwell. And there's an injured Tennessee Titan on the play, and the flag down as well. Meanwhile, Blaine Bishop is still down on the deck for Tennessee.
Ernie Conwell caught it right between 2 defenders, and Bishop, who's probably their best defender, not probably, he's their best defender on the field. You lose Blaine Bishop, you really hurt that defense.
Blaine Bishop
is moving
still
his leg
down on his
good.
Yes, and that is good, but he is down on his stomach, and he went helmet into hip.
Personal foul. Number 52 defense, personal foul. Number 60 offense. Those penalties were after the play. They cancel out. First down.
Rodadori of St. Louis, the center, and Baron Wortham, the middle linebacker. But the biggest story right now is the condition of Blaine Bishop, the strong safety, 3-time Pro Bowler for Tennessee, injured on the play, and so far still down on his face. He went helmet into the hip of Ernie Conwell. And anytime you're dealing with these head injuries, man, everybody just sucks in their breath and just prays.
And Blaine Bishop's a fantastic player. Keep in mind also that Marcus Robertson, they lost him last week with a broken leg, so he's out.
Well, we have a 9-0 St. Louis score. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
The Adult Video Megaplex presents Romance 2000. The wine is chilled, the lights are low, the music is soft. Now it's just you, that special someone, and... oh, right, the kids. This is romance? No. Let's start again. Get our step, only this time, get a sitter for the kids. And make your way to the Adult Video Megaplex. Because at the Adult Video Megaplex, couples get to explore and enjoy their sensual side, just like you used to. There's 11,000 square feet of adventure and imagination, including 27-inch TVs, videos, and plenty of privacy. And video rental has never been simpler. Every Tuesday, rent 2, get 2 free, or rent 3 any day of the week and get the 4th free. Remember, this is about indulging your creative adult side. Adult Video Megaplex. Look for the Megaplex sign just south of William Cannon off IH-35. Adult Video Megaplex.
It's bad enough getting stuck in a traffic jam, but it's even worse when you're the cause of it. With dependable AC Delco auto parts from A-Line Auto Parts, you won't have to worry about tying up traffic. A-Line Auto Parts has the AC Delco parts to keep you going with quality products, including long-lasting AC Delco batteries, rapid-fire performance spark plugs, and a complete line of filters. Get quality AC Delco parts from any of the 10 Austin area A-Line Auto Parts locations. AC Delco, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
We welcome you back to the Georgia Dome along with Matt Millen, John Dockery, and Beasley Reese. I'm Howard David. You're listening to Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. Get inside the NFL with in-depth articles, interviews, photos, plus all the latest stats at cbs.sportsline.com. So far, we have seen some movement from Blaine Bishop, the outstanding strong safety of the Tennessee Titans, but they have not turned him over yet. He has been on his stomach during this whole time while he's being tended to by the training staff. Let's go downstairs to John Dockery. Doc, what do you know?
You know, Howard, I'm just watching as you are, and immediately when Blaine Bishop went down, Jeff Fisher, former defensive back, defensive coordinator, obviously very fond of Blaine Bishop because he's such a fine player out there, and he's still out there, Jeff Fisher.
Mission or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of CBS Radio Sports and the National Football League is strictly prohibited. We've had, for the fourth time in history, 1 week between the conference championship and Super Bowl. The 3 other times it featured an NFC Eastern team against an AFC Eastern team. All 3 times it was won by the NFC team. Washington over Miami in Super Bowl 17. The Giants beat Buffalo in Super Bowl 25 on the missed field goal by Scott Norwood, and then Dallas over Buffalo, Super Bowl 18. Now we have an AFC Central team against an NFC Western team. And for the life of me, I still can't figure out why St. Louis is in the NFC West, but that's just me.
Well, that's a carryover for when they were in Los Angeles, obviously.
Don't forget to join us again next Sunday for the final game of the NFL season. The AFC and NFC go head-to-head in Honolulu. It's the Pro Bowl from Aloha Stadium. Join Matt Millen and me, Howard David, at 5:15 Eastern Time. If it's the NFL, it's on CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One. Meanwhile, what's going on if you're wondering why there's not action? Blaine Bishop, the strong safety of the Tennessee Titans, on trying to make a tackle. His head hit the hip of the receiver of the tight end, Jeff Robinson, or correction, Ernie Conwell. And you could see where it was twisted. And he was down on his stomach. They moved him over on his back. Now put him on a cart, on a flatboard. We'll take him off on a cart. And I think it's for precautionary reasons, although at least I hope that's the reason. He will be replaced by Perry Phoenix, a second-year strong safety out of Southern Miss, who last year was the only rookie free agent to make the Tennessee Titans last season.
So what that means now is when you go to nickel and dime coverages, you're starting to go to the third and fourth options. And so Marcus Robertson's out, and now Blaine Bishop's out, who, incidentally, is an effective blitzer. In fact, when they have gotten pressure, Blaine Bishop's been the guy to be able to come off the corner and end up inside to be able to get a hit. Now, you certainly can do that as long as you can create a situation where Phoenix or someone can come up clean. But what you can't recreate is Bishop's unique ability to be able to dip and get to the outside, kind of like Leroy Butler, and continue to put pressure on by himself.
St. Louis had won 7 in a row before losing in the final game of the regular season at Philadelphia 38-31 in a game that had no impact on their standing. They had home field throughout the playoffs, and then they took Minnesota apart in the second half primarily in their encounter in St. Louis. And then last week, as everybody knows, they barely beat Tampa Bay 11-6 on a wonderfully played game from a hitting and physical standpoint. And there was this wonderment by the media throughout the week is what impact the game that Tampa Bay gave St. Louis would have on the Rams coming into this week.
Well, the Rams were concerned about that because just on Wednesday they said they had a horrible practice, and you can see that Tampa Bay's game had an effect on them because they were sluggish and they were not real sharp because, hey, they got the snot beat out of them. That's as good a defensive game in terms of tackling last week that I've seen maybe in 5 years by Tampa Bay. I thought Tony Dungy's defense was outstanding.
I think you have a future in a CBS sitcom because Kevin James, the star of The King of Queens, used the very same terminology last night on his show.
You know what?
I think you have a future as a sitcom star.
He's vulgar.
But you're okay.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well,
hey, we're right back down to the red zone.
And they're taking now Blaine Bishop into the locker room via the cart, so he has obviously gotten a huge hand from the 71,000 of the building as everybody is praying that it is just for precautionary reasons and there's no serious injury to Blaine Bishop. He's been replaced by Perry Phoenix, who, by the way, started 3 games last year for the Rams.
And Howard, in the interim, while the teams were on the side, remember this is the Reggie Brown rule where they require both teams to go to the sidelines, their respective sidelines.
Right.
Jeff Fisher called his group together and will probably, in an attempt to rally around Blaine Bishop, gave him a good talking to.
Well, we'll see if it has an impact. Now, they're trying to get something going. Josh Evans is trying to urge on the rest of his team, and now the Titans players are trying to get their fans, who are very vocal in this building today. They haven't had a lot to cheer about, but they're trying to rally around the Titans, who have taken a difficult route to get here. They won at home in the weird miracle of Music City beating Buffalo, and then won in Indianapolis, then won in Jacksonville. And now they're down 9-0, and the Rams are threatening. First and goal at the 10-yard line. Out of the I formation. Warner back to throw. Unleashes it, and it's knocked down by the freak, Javon Curse, who knocks it down at the line of scrimmage.
Boy, he had a lot of time. He had the time to be able, again, great coverage down the field, no place to go. Javon Curse is able to knock that thing down because he was blocked by Marshall Faulk, but came off the block and then got his hands up. Again, going back to what John Dockery asked Dick Vermeil, what are you going to do about the knockdown passes? He didn't tell him. Maybe that was the answer. Maybe he didn't tell him anything.
Warner is now 0 for 12 passing in the red zone. With all the yards he's accumulated today, second and goal at the 10. Robinson, the tight end, in motion. Warner on the pitch to Falk, running left. And he gets tattooed at the 10-yard line.
Great defense.
Boy, the Tennessee defense swarming to the ball carrier. Marshall Falk, Josh Evans, and Jason Fisk. The interior tackles making the play.
That was great defense by Tennessee. They just tried to go with a quick pitch to the outside. They had Jeff Robinson to that side along with Williams, and he motioned about to try to gain an advantage, but after they pitched, nowhere to go. Great pursuit, and it's third and goal.
Titans have taken all their linebackers out. They got 7 defensive backs in the game.
Last time they did this, they came with a blitz.
Back to throw, Warner. Throws, that's caught. Touchdown. Touchdown, Torry Holt. The St. Louis Rams, Torry Holt, the rookie from North Carolina State, has the game's first touchdown.
Great job again, Howard. You mentioned they took the backers out. They brought in the 7 DBs, and again, they came with a blitz. It was picked up, but the key was Kurt Warner. He read it, it came out fast, and Holt, who's having a monster game, ran the slant from the left side as they're going left to right, and it was 6 quick. Nicely done by Marshall Faulk to pick up the blitz, and Holt hung on for 6.
Point after by Wilkins is good. Holt has 7 catches, 109 yards. He wears a T-shirt under his uniform to honor his mom, who died of cancer in December of 1996. And Torry Holt has cradled the football and said, hold on to this, baby. I am not giving it up. It is 16-0 St. Louis. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Saturday, 1300 hours. Your Army Reserve unit has 20 minutes to evacuate a patient from a field hospital.
Easy. Watch that ID.
You perform as a team.
Patient is secure.
Good job, Alpha 4-1. Skills you learn from us on a weekend will come in handy back at work at your local hospital on Monday.
Patient in arrest. Stand clear. We have a pulse.
Serve as little as 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Visit the Army Reserve at GoArmyReserve.com. Paid for by the U.S. Army Reserve.
And now, Whoopi Goldberg's Gift Advice Corner.
Whoopi, my mom's a chief scientist at NASA, and she's really bummed out about losing the Mars Pathfinders. What should I do?
Give a flus.
I can't make it to the bris of my sister's son, and I feel really bad.
Give a flus.
I forgot my anniversary, and my wife won't have sex with me.
Give a flus. It's online gift cards, so you send it by email, and they spend it online anytime.
And now they'll spend flus at over 60 of the web's best stores.
Give a flus.
FLOOZ.com.
Flus. Just what you wished for.
Accounting, Fernwell speaking.
Hello, Mr. Fernwell. This is Neuralman.
Yes, Neuralman. How's the virus?
Darn thing just seems to hang on. I think I'll have to stay home again today.
No problem. Bob's here.
Oh, Bob? Who's Bob?
He's the account temp's temporary I brought in.
You know, I think this thing's starting to break up. I could probably be in about noon. What do you think?
No, don't worry. Bob and I are doing just fine.
Accountemps is the world's leader in specialized financial staffing. Visit us at accounttemps.com.
Time for an injury update brought to you by Aetna U.S. Healthcare. Visit AetnaUSHC.com for information on healthier living. For that, let's go downstairs in John Dockery.
Thank you, Howard. Strong safety Blaine Bishop has a jammed neck and a head. Taken in for x-rays, precautionary. They feel he's going to be okay, but being very careful with it, Howard, as you would understand.
All right, Doc, thanks. 9-yard touchdown pass to Torry Holt, culminating in 8-play, 68-yard drive. Rams ahead 16-0, and Derek Mason with the ensuing kickoff. He'll field it a yard deep. He's coming out. Running left to the 10. He's to the 15. Gets a block across the 20, 25 to the 30. And Derek Mason put down at the 34-yard line by Devin Bush after a 34-yard return. Well, the largest comeback. Washington trailed Denver 10-0 early in the second quarter in Super Bowl 22 before winning 42-10. No one has ever won when trailing by over 10 points, and right now Tennessee is down 16-0.
Howard, you casually mentioned in your call as you went by, picks up the block. That block was awesome. Lorenzo Neal took Tony Horn and knocked him into probably Tuesday.
Knocked the snot out of him.
Oh, don't talk like that on this clock. I'm embarrassed for you.
First and 10, Tennessee. Jackie Harris, the tight end, in motion. McNair on the handoff to Eddie George, straight ahead for about 5 to the 39-yard line. McNair has had 8 completions, 5 to his tight end, 2 to a running back, only 1 to a wide receiver, Derek Mason, who caught his first ball of the postseason in the first half for, I believe that was for a first down. But right now, what McNair is doing is basically what he's done all year long. His tight ends have been his featured receivers.
And the other thing is he hasn't been able to make plays with his feet. They need to roll him out a little bit more. Let him buy some time.
Eddie George trying to run to the left. One straight arm, and Eddie George, great balance across the 45 and a first down. A 9-yard pickup. Dexter McCleon makes the hit. But Eddie George, with his size, has excellent balance.
And he's fast for a big man. Eddie George is a specimen. And he can run. I mean, that's an understatement, obviously, because he's a running back, but he has good speed. This drive right here is an absolute monster for Tennessee. They've got to get points, and it can't be 3.
12 carries, 50 yards for Eddie George. Bird in motion. Blitz is on. McNair back to throw. Throws it out to the right. It is caught by Wycheck, who carries a defensive back to about the 48-yard line. Billy Jenkins, the strong safety, and Frank Wycheck showing the strength. Gets about 4 on the play.
They still continue to throw everything back underneath. They don't push the ball down the field. They came with a blitz, and they were in man coverage. And Jenkins, who had him, looked back inside. I'm baffled by that. In this league, at this level, in this game, you don't make those mistakes.
We have good news about Blaine Bishop, which I'll share with you in a moment. Second down and 6 for Tennessee at the 48 of St. Louis. McNair hands off to George. Off left tackle and takes the pile to the 45-yard line. The word on Blaine Bishop is he has movement in both his arms and his legs.
That's good news. Great news. Absolute great news. And he's a great player. And more than that, he's an outstanding person.
Kevin Dyson comes in the game as a wide receiver for Tennessee. The Rams right now shutting out the Titans 16-0 with 4:45 remaining in the third quarter. And as Matt pointed out, this is a huge drive for Tennessee. Third down and 3, Titans. McNair pulls back from center, looks to the right, throws and connects to Wycheck. Got a first down. Straight arms Todd Light inside the 40. And a pickup to the 38-yard line of St. Louis. Frank Wycheck, who had an outstanding year because he made the play that is now famous in the postseason. The throwback on the return that people in Buffalo were still saying was a forward pass, but
they're still saying it.
They're still saying it.
They lined Wycheck in the backfield that time, and just all they tried to do is to create a diversion so he can slip out to the flat, which they did, to pick up a first down.
They mark it at the 40 of the Rams. Wycheck in motion. McNair hands to Eddie George and just gets a yard, and that's about it. Eddie George was knocked down at the point of attack.
Les Steckel, the offensive coordinator, is trying to settle his group down. He did it the last years, remember? And they went down, they got to a position to get points, and then Todd Light blocked the field goal. And he's come right back with the same thing. Throw underneath, just move the chains, use Eddie George, get to third and short, pick up the first down, and continue to move.
Tennessee's deepest penetration was the St. Louis 29 on 2 occasions. They have it now at St. Louis's 38. McNair under center, pulls back, goes back to throw. Looks to the left, throws, complete to Whitecheck, dives to the 30-yard line, close to a first down. He juggled the pass. London Fletcher holding on, and Whitecheck holds on, but it will be shy of a first down.
They're running everybody off, and they're using the tight ends back underneath. And they're going with the hurry up. This is smart. They're just going to try to pound it. They don't have them lined up yet.
Quarterback sneak for McNair, and he gets the first down. Excellent call. And they continue to try to wrestle the ball away from McNair, but I think he was stopped at the 29 of St. Louis for a first down. Mike Jones is there to make the stop, but that's an excellent call by the Tennessee offensive coordinator.
Who's Les Steckel, who also happens to be my old playground instructor. Thank you very much. Did you know that?
I could imagine you in the playground.
You know what? I was like 8 years old, and he made me the third base coach. I sent everybody home.
You were never 8 years old. or you're still 8 years old.
That's right. You're right.
Ninth play of the drive for Tennessee. Matching their deepest penetration at the Rams 29. Harris, the tight end in motion. Blitz is on. McNair hands to George. Not a lot of running room, but Eddie George just drives straight ahead to the 25-yard line for a gain of 4. That guy makes chicken salad out of you-know-what about every single time. You can't bring him down.
Well, what he's doing, he's running really, really hard. And there was nowhere to go, like you mentioned, but he just went ahead and lowered his shoulders and kept on driving and picked himself up about 3 yards, 3.5 yards.
The underrated Ram defense tops in the league in rushing defense. And Eddie George with 24 yards on 5 carries on this drive. 6-man Ram front. McNair with a hard count. Rolls to the right. Steps up to the left. Now takes off and runs with it. Inside the 20. He's to the 10. McNair to the 5. Down to the 3-yard line. Great scramble by Steve McNair. And it'll be first and goal, Tennessee.
Outstanding play by McNair. They started to dash him to the right as they're going right to left, and he just pulled it down. He said, forget this. And then instead of continuing back outside where the Rams defensive end Kevin Carter was, he came back down inside and picked up a big first down and goal to go.
23 yards on the run by McNair, the longest run by a quarterback in Super Bowl history. They give it to Eddie George straight ahead to the 1. Steve McNair, the second leading rusher on the Tennessee Titan team, gives them great field position, and now they'll have it second and goal at the 1-yard line as they bring in Lorenzo Neal, the former New Orleans Saint, New York Jet, and Tampa Bay Buccaneer to block.
And they're down to the last 30 seconds of this quarter. And Tennessee is knocking on that proverbial door.
So far, the door's been shut for Tennessee. 12th play of the drive. And McNair is going to let the clock wind down the third quarter.
Going to take the timeout right here.
That is their first charge timeout.
Which I don't understand, Howard, because they still had a lot of time on the play clock. They just must have not liked what they saw.
Could be. Rams lead 16-0. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
I'd like to talk to you about something that's real important to all of us, and that's a healthy home. And I'm here to tell you, as a father of a cystic fibrosis child, a healthy home means everything to me. Now, the Home Depot has joined with me and Team Boomer in my cause to fight cystic fibrosis by introducing our AquaLife water filtration system. The units feature 2 solid carbon filters that remove not only odor, but poor taste, and virtually eliminate all the elements that contaminate our water. So join Team Boomer, myself, and the Home Depot in bringing the gift of good health to your family.
To show the difference between MaxFootball.com and the football coverage on other sports websites, we asked All-Pro middle linebacker Dexter Monroe to demonstrate on retired Rosewood Elementary third-grade teacher Ruth Schneider. Dexter? That's it. MaxFootball.com. Big-time original video and audio coverage of your favorite pro and college teams. Coverage that pretty much crushes the other football websites. You want football? Take it to the max. MaxFootball.com.
The great ones are known for their flinty-eyed determination, their dogged persistence, and their really fast planes. But while UPS guarantees overnight delivery as early as 8 a.m. with early a.m. service to twice as many zip codes as the other guys, there are no victory dances. The great ones know the penalty for excessive celebration. UPS, the official express delivery sponsor of the NFL.
For guaranteed details, call 1-800-PICK-UPS or visit UPS.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is CBS Radio Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on Westwood One.
Sports Radio!
The government calls us KBET-AM Austin. Our friends call us Sports Radio 1300, The Zone.
Howard, David, Matt Millen, Beasley Reese, and John Dockery at Super Bowl 34 here in Atlanta. The Titans have held the ball for 7 minutes in this drive. And you know the Rams are thinking McNair is not getting away with no quarterback draw on this play.
Watch Lorenzo Neal. He'll be accused.
2nd and goal. They give it to Eddie George up inside. Touchdown. There's a flag down on the play, but a touchdown for Eddie George. But hold on. Let's see what the flag is all about.
Lorenzo Neal was the key. They went with a counter OF, and he was the man.
Touchdown. Offside, St. Louis.
Lined up in the neutral zone, offside.
Touchdown by Eddie George. And now the question, do they go for 1 or 2?
I think you go for 2, Howard.
I think this is a mistake.
No, because it's 2 scores. If they go for 2 and miss it, it's still 2 scores. If they make it, it's 1 score to tie. 2 scores will make you win.
If they miss it, they're down 10. So now you need a touchdown and a field goal to tie.
Right.
If you kick the point, you're down 9. Then a touchdown and a field goal gives you the win. So that's my reason. It's too early in the game to go for 2. This is a mistake.
You're into the 4th quarter. I think this is the right call.
I'm going on record saying a mistake. We'll see how it turns out.
Guess what? Nobody cares except for you and me.
True. McNair under center. Rolls right. Throws. And it is incomplete. They were looking for the tight end, Frank Wycheck. He had him, but it is incomplete, and this may come back and haunt the Rams. We'll see. 16-6, St. Louis on top. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Fill it up, please.
Sure thing. Need insurance with that?
Insurance at a gas station.
Winter starting insurance in a bottle. Here.
Heat, gas line, antifreeze?
You spend big money for car insurance, right?
Yeah, so?
So, why leave your gas line unprotected? Heat prevents freeze-ups, even fights fuel system corrosion.
Really?
Just add heat to your gas tank and you're covered.
Sounds like a good policy to me.
Heat, gas line, antifreeze. Winter starting insurance.
I'm Wayne LaPierre, Executive Vice President of the National Rifle Association. What do NFL All-Pro receiver Steve Largent, All-Pro running back John Riggins, NBA All-Star Karl Malone, and Baseball Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan all have in common? They're all members of the NRA. Each year, the NRA runs over 12,000 shooting competitions.
And they try the onside kick. They try the short kick instead, and is recovered by the Rams. There was cluttered chaos as they lined up in what looked to be an onside kick mode. Tony Horn, though, fielded it.
Well, they did, Howard. They lined up for an onside kick to draw everybody up, and then they'll try the pooch kick to try to get it in between, but Horn was right on top of it and did a good job of fielding it, and now they have given the Rams excellent field position. You and I were having that debate about the two-point conversion. The sad thing, it was incomplete, but he had him wide open and just threw it too high.
So now the Tennessee defense, which has been so good all day long, is going to be put to the test without their starting safeties. They're going with young Anthony Dorsett and Terry Phoenix at strong safety. Warner hands off the Falk running left, and he is brought down at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, he misread that, Howard.
That's a great play, though, by Terry Phoenix, the strong safety.
But he misread it because Phoenix was blocked to his back by Holcomb, and he cut outside right into the block.
At the end of the third quarter with a score, St. Louis 16, Tennessee 6. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Today, stadium filled with professional speed readers searching through thousands of newspaper classified ads.
Is this fair?
Well, sure it is. Okay, everybody, go! Wow, look at those pages flip. How you doing, Barry?
Pretty good. I put in the car I wanted. And wow, Autotrader.com found 28 of them within 15 miles of here.
Ooh, a nasty paper cut. Paramedics to section 35B. Doing okay, Barry?
Yeah, I'm just reading a review.
I found it! I found his car. A great condition, leather, low mileage. That's a personal ad there, Junior. Need to work on that comprehension, huh?
Yeah. I finished the review. This is definitely the car I want.
Autotrader.com does it again, and why not? With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, plus reviews, financing, and insurance options, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Announcing a most extraordinary offer from Hewlett-Packard. Now, for a limited time, you can get a Hewlett-Packard C200 digital camera and the HP DeskJet 832C color printer for just $399. Unfortunately, on radio, it's difficult to demonstrate just how remarkable these products truly are. So here's Bob.
Heidi-ho.
To judge the extraordinary color quality you'll get with Hewlett-Packard. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm going to print out photos I took with the HP C200 at the zoo.
And here's our first printout.
Oh, look at the elephants. They're coming right at me.
Bob is admiring the HP 832C's color layering technology for printouts most like your original, faster than you ever thought possible.
Jumbo, put me down. Boy, that was some printout.
Would you like to try another printout, Bob?
Sure. Here's a picture I took of a roller coaster.
Go digital today for just $399 with the Hewlett-Packard C200 digital camera and the HP DeskJet 832C color printer at an authorized Hewlett-Packard retailer.
You can relive each game of the 99 season in the NFL archive at cbs.sportsline.com. The Rams, who have not punted the ball yet today, have it 2nd and 11 at their own 36-yard line. Torry Holt has had a big game, 109 yards of receiving. Kurt Warner back to pass, rolling to his right, throws it on the run. It is incomplete because of the pressure applied. Isaac Bruce, the intended receiver, but Eddie Robinson with pressure on Kurt Warner. By the way, Torry Holt's 109 yards of receiving, a new rookie Super Bowl record. He eclipses the mark held by Chris Collinsworth. Whatever happened to that guy?
He's doing very, very well. Thank you very much. Howard, this is a big down for Tennessee defensively. If they can stuff them here, they can regain some momentum and let that offense get back on the field.
Warner has done a good job of converting 3rd and long all day. 3rd and 11, and we get movement on the left side. Orlando Pace, the Pro Bowl tackle, with movement. That'll cost St. Louis 5 yards.
False start, 76, offense, 5 yards, 3rd down.
Last year in the Super Bowl, Atlanta and Denver combined for 1 punt in the Super Bowl game, and thus far in this game, I mean, St. Louis has yet to punt the ball. Tennessee has punted 3 times.
Well, this is a big down. This is a monster. Because right now, I can feel, and I have a special sense, I can feel that Tennessee's right on the verge of grabbing this one right back.
Warner goes back to throw. Pressure's on. Lobs it deep down the left side. It is incomplete. He was looking for Torry Holt. Perfectly covered by Samari Roll and Dean Sidney. And for the first time today, St. Louis, Mike Horan will come on to punt the ball away. And you sense that here's an opportunity now for Tennessee to get right back in this game.
I told you I could feel it. I'm telling you, I have a special sense. And they do. They're right back in this thing.
My favorite Millen.
That's right, dude. Could you see my antenna?
Tennessee has blocked 2 punts this year, but they're not coming after Horan. This is a wobbly kick. Mason fields it at the 23. Trying to run to the right and back to the left, and he's going to be dropped at the 20-yard line by Tony Horn. Speed does kill, and the Rams will exceed that speed limit from time to time, and that time the speed of Tony Horn paid a dividend. 47-yard kick and a loss of 2 on the return. 16-6, St. Louis. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Toyota 2000, an event filled with great Toyota values. The countdown to savings begins now. Right now, buy a 2000 Toyota and get cash back. 500 on Corolla, 750 on Camry Sedan, and 500 to 750 on Tacoma. Plus, get extra value package savings on Toyota's best-selling models. Toyota 2000. Let the savings begin. Champion, Charles Bond, and Classic. Your Austin Toyota dealers. Customer cash from GST, TMS, MAF.
Every record, I'd give it all back. Every headline, every highlight, every dollar, every endorsement, every compliment, to know that every child is safe.
A new home run champion, Mark McGwire.
Please help Yahoo support the Mark McGwire Foundation for Children, dedicated to preventing child abuse. Go to yahoo.com and search McGwire.
14:36 remaining, fourth quarter, 16-6. St. Louis. Beasley Reese standing by with the MVP of Super Bowl III.
That's right. It's Joe Namath. Joe, give me your thoughts on the game up to this point.
Beasley, I tell you what, I really think the Rams are going about their business. Titans are getting back into it. But, from the get-go, I thought the Rams had the best team of the two. But, heck, I was wrong. The 3 games that the Titans played before this. Now they're back in it.
You were a Super Bowl MVP as a quarterback. What do you think about Kurt Warner right now? He's pretty sharp.
He's sharp, but he's not as sharp as he should be or could be. This field goal kicker has been good for the Rams. If Warner is as sharp as he could be, they'd be winning this game by a few touchdowns. He missed some receivers in the end zone, and Kurt knows that. I'm not degrading him. The guy is not as sharp as he has been in the past.
All right, thanks for that analysis. Back upstairs.
All right, Bees, thank you.
Joe Willie was right on his money.
Yes, he is. 1st and 10, Tennessee. Eddie George running left across the 25 to the 27-yard line. A gain of 6 yards on first down for the pile-driving Eddie George, tackled by Devin Bush. Well, St. Louis had opportunities galore in the first half. They wound up with field goals when, as Joe Namath pointed out, touchdowns were probably made to order for them.
Well, this Titan offensive line now is starting to get humming here in the running game.
They're showing a little kick in their step, no doubt. 2nd and 4. McNair under center. Blitz coming from the corner. They give to Eddie George on the draw, and he is dropped for a loss of the play. Back to the 26-yard line. An outstanding play by Grant Wistrom.
Well, they came with a blitz, and Wistrom took the inside and ran right into Eddie George and sets up 3rd and about 6. And that was a big play by Wistrom, who's kind of been quiet here today, but has had an outstanding season.
He's had an outstanding postseason. In particular, he's been sensational.
Not a real big guy, around 260, but he can run. This is a big down for Tennessee and the Rams. This is the way Super Bowls are supposed to be.
Hands alive. McNair out of the shotgun. Mason and Dyson. 2 receivers to the right. We get a flag down. Free play for McNair. He throws, and the catch is made by Kevin Dyson for a first down, and I think it's going to be on Todd Light, number 41. I think the penalty is going to go against St. Louis. We'll hear Bob McElwee's call.
Offside, number 21.
Dexter McCleon.
41, correction. 41 defense.
Todd Light. Did you hear McCleon? McCleon said, hey, I was back there. Oh, sorry, 41.
What's the difference? The flag is against
20 different numbers. What the heck?
Or 2 numbers if you're counting by 10s.
Good point by you. First, that big conversion there.
Yes, it was, and Tennessee converts to their own 34-yard line. 16-6 St. Louis, but the Titans have new life. Rams walk up to the line of scrimmage. McNair on the handoff to Eddie George across the 35 and pulled down at the 40. Mike Jones made an excellent tackle. Otherwise, Eddie George is going to pass a lot of Rams down the far sideline.
That's an excellent job by the left side of that offensive line. Hopkins is right there on top of it. Bruce Matthews is right there on top of it. The tight end was there. And they're running the ball extremely well because their offensive line is taking control of the line of scrimmage.
And that's not easy to do. This Ram defense is excellent against the run all year long. 2nd down and 4, Tennessee. Eddie George again gets the call. At to about the 43 and a little bit shy of a first down. London Fletcher makes the stop on Eddie George. We have 12 minutes left in the 4th quarter. St. Louis 16, Tennessee 6, but the Titans now have it 3rd down and 1 at their own 43.
But if you notice, Eddie George is always falling forward. And they continue to move forward and pick up the short yardage, which is what I'll expect they'll do here if they just pound it.
3rd and 1. McNair under center. 6-man front for the Rams. They hand to George running left for the first down. He's trying for it. It looks like he has it.
He does have it.
At the 44-yard line. Well, Eddie George, straight ahead, he's 2 yards long. He's 6'3".
You know what happened? They ran right at the bubble. They're going left to right. And Todd Collins was the linebacker in the bubble, and Collins read it perfect, and he stopped. Run through and blow it up.
This mark is questionable, where they put the ball down.
I agree.
Oh, man, I think the Titans got a bad placement of the ball.
I still think they have the first down, John, where they're marking.
Well, they put the sticks down.
Oh, he's short.
And he's short by about 3 inches. You can hear the cheering in Buffalo.
Well, Buffalo said that it was a backward run.
Titans are going to go for it on 4th down and inches from their own 44-yard line. A critical point in the game. The Rams have a 5-man front. McNair with a hard count.
Trying a hard count to draw him off.
And it's not working. McNair and the quarterback sneak. They push him forward, and I think the last surge got the first down based on where the head linesman came over.
You know, Lorenzo Neal ran up and hit him in the back, which is illegal. You cannot aid a runner.
You're right.
But
now this placement, if it's on the right side of the 44, it's a first down.
That's a first. It should have been a first the first time.
I would agree with you. I'll check the time of possession brought to you by Bulova, makers of fine timepieces for 125 years. 3rd quarter, the Titans had the ball for 10 minutes, 47 seconds. The Rams were only 4-13. Now they put the chains down again. And this time it is enough of a first down. So the people in Buffalo will start booing now.
They got to be disheartened when they watch that game.
And you could understand.
Oh, absolutely. And each week they go, they beat them again. We should be there. We should be in the Super Bowl.
Frank Wycheck this week at a media press gathering said, I can't describe the play. Can't think of a word. And Scott Berthold, the PR man for Buffalo, said, how about forward?
Yeah, it was funny. That was a funny line by Scotty Berthold.
Well, here goes
the PR director for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Well, here's Tennessee now with a fresh set of downs. 8th play of this drive. Play action, McNair. Rolling right. Throws. That is caught by Jackie Harris at the 50-yard line. A gain of about 6 yards. Billy Jenkins and Mike Jones combining on the hit. Once again, let's go downstairs to John Dockery. Doc?
Howard, you know what becomes very obvious as we watch this game is that Eddie George's reputation is well-deserved. You know, he's got that reputation of being a big back, in great shape, and gets stronger as the 4th quarter goes on. Well, that's the feeling down here, and he just wears defenses down.
Eddie George, 76 yards rushing on 22 carries. Adds another carry off the right side. First down, Tennessee to the St. Louis 45-yard line. And Eddie George continues to move the sticks for Tennessee. George has 81 rushing yards, most by a running back against the Rams this season.
Howard, what I like about this, remember at halftime we said they have to establish one thing? Well, what Les Steckel's doing is he's establishing the offensive line and Eddie George. And he's also being patient. Now at the 9.5-minute mark, he's being patient with his team, and I like what he's doing. Very, very good.
First and 10, Tennessee at the St. Louis 45-yard line. Wycheck, the tight end in motion. McNair back to throw. Sets up. Looks. Throws down the middle. Wide open. It is complete to Isaac Byrd and a first down at the St. Louis 22-yard line. That's the first catch of the day for Isaac Byrd, who started today in place of the injured Yancey Thigpen.
It all comes off of the offensive line and running with Eddie George because, again, what we said at halftime, now you go to your play action. Everybody will honor the run. And then they caught him in his zone, and Isaac Byrd just kind of slowed down and found the hole, and perfect throw. It's a first down.
Byrd and Dyson wide to the left side. McNair has hit his last 6 passes in a row. The Tennessee fans, and there are a lot of them here, on their feet. Timeout is going to be taken by Steve McNair with 8.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. 16-6 St. Louis. This is CBS Radio Sports and Westwood One's coverage of Super Bowl 34.
Year 2000 is here, and so are the new 2000 models at Don Hewlett in downtown Georgetown. Don Hewlett's brand new facility will be opening soon at Westinghouse Road and IH-35. Right now, they're overloaded with new Chevrolets, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks. Don Hewlett would rather sell them than move them. Now's the time to take advantage of huge dealer discounts, customer cash rebates, and low APR financing on select new models. Don Hewlett in downtown Georgetown. Chevrolets, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks. Isn't it time for a real car? Visit our website at donhewlett.com.
Elmore Leonard, best-selling author of the blockbuster novel Get Shorty, now gives Chili Palmer his big Hollywood break. Cool. Now half the town wants to be in Chili's next movie, and the other half wants him dead. Not cool, but lots of fun to read about. Read Be Cool, the new novel by Elmore Leonard. Beat cool, because in Hollywood, there's nobody hotter than Chili, and nothing colder than the Double Cross. Beat cool. Now a Dell paperback.
Oh, Joe, flowers. You remembered.
Uh-huh.
You forget to turn off the stove. You forget to put down the toilet seat. But you remembered our first kiss.
Oh, yeah.
With FTD.com's free reminder service, you'll never forget an important date. Just click on FTD.com and sign up. It's that simple. Or call us at 1-800-SEND-FTD.
Do you remember the very first place we kissed?
On the...
It almost looked like he did hit that high note.
Listen, don't make it worse than it already is. Just counting on Roy to totally humiliate himself.
Excuse me.
Wait. There's still hope.
Thank you, Ray Biggins. It's Roy. Roy Biggins. And I'm not done yet.
Oh, there is a God.
I had a little trouble with the mic, but I did hit that high note. So I'd like to prove it to you by taking it again from the top. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early
Once again, a special thank you to Ray Biggins.
And the rocket's red flag. Watch it.
Whoa. Did you hit that security guard just did to him? Oh, yeah. You ought to be able to hit that high note now. Huh?
Have you seen this child?
Do I look like some horrible killer to you?
Dirty Little Secret. May 20th on USA.
Different moods make you want different treats. Like when I need a creamy kick, it's the TCBY Cappuccino Chiller. Other days, I'm into sharing. So I take home TCBY treats to go. And any day's right for a cup of the cool stuff. Great taste and amazingly low fat.
Celebrate Mother's Day with your mom by bringing her by your TCBY Treat Shop for a creamy, delicious waffle cone absolutely free for Mom.
I'm always in the mood for free.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil.
I wonder what would happen. The 20, the last 2 years at 94% completion.
either a field goal or a touchdown. And this postseason, they have scored on 9 of 10 trips inside the 20-yard line, including a touchdown on their only trip today, the 1-yard run by Eddie George. You got to tip your hat to this Tennessee Titan football team. They have heart. I mean, they've been behind in every postseason game thus far. McNair under center from the Ram 24. First and 10, Tennessee. McNair rolling right. Throws it back to the left. It is caught. Jackie Harris to the 20, to the 15, Harris to the 5, and Harris out of bounds at the 3-yard line. What a great call by Tennessee, and it was nearly knocked down up front by the Rams. Grant Wistrom almost had a shot at deflection, but what a great call on the throwback to Jackie Harris for a first down.
Boy, that was a fantastic call by their offensive coordinator. And Grant Wistrom read it perfect, but he just couldn't quite get his fingers up. And Billy Jenkins, if he doesn't trip him up, Harris is going to score. As it is, it's first and goal from the 3.
Titans split the backfield with Neal and George. McNair under center. Takes the snap. Hands to Eddie George running straight ahead. And down he goes at the 1-yard line. Tennessee's had 3 red zone trips the last 2 years. Turnovers, I should say. Only 3 red zone turnovers the last 2 years out of 101 possessions. And we haven't had a turnover yet this game. But right now, that's exactly what the St. Louis Rams need.
It's going to be power football right here. Lorenzo Neal is in. If you're watching or listening, Neal will take you to the ball.
First and goal, second down and goal. The hand to Eddie George running right. Bounces to the outside. Eddie George, touchdown. Eddie George would not be denied. He took it in for a touchdown. And the Tennessee Titans have battled back to make this a game with 7:21 remaining.
Eddie George has put this game on his shoulders. Following the blocks of Lorenzo Neal. They did a great job along with Bruce Matthews to kick things out, and Eddie George with a second effort scored.
I remind you that the Titans went for 2 the last time and failed. Now they'll kick it to make it a 3-point game. Laceman is down, and Del Greco drills it through.
Dre Bly jumped offside.
Now I refresh my memory. I said that Tennessee made a mistake in going for 2. I expected this point after will hold. It'll be a 3-point game. It could have been a 2-point game. But we'll see how it all plays out.
Better throw would have made it a 1-point game. So there.
Stanley. Well, Bob McElwee will tell us about the penalty, but it's against St. Louis. That's for certain on Dre Bly.
Offside, number 83. Number 32 defense. That penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. The point is good.
Well, the touchdown by Eddie George, his second of the day, a Hewlett-Packard photo quality play brought to you by Hewlett-Packard DeskJet printers, where you get fast photo quality printouts every time. Boy, Eddie George just got away with it. Looking at the replay, his knee went down short of the goal line.
Yeah, it did. Jeff Scudina hit him. But doesn't matter anymore. They're down by 3 with 7:20 to go. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
LendingTree.com is turning the tables on the loan process. Now, rather than going from bank to bank in search of the best deal, you can have over 90 banks and lenders actually competing for your business. You simply fill out one form. Then, within hours, you'll receive up to 4 great offers. It's easy, it's free, and let's face it, it's better. LendingTree.com. When banks compete, you win. Equal housing opportunity. For additional information and state license disclosures, visit our website located at www.lendingtree.com.
American troops move toward the front under heavy enemy fire.
The men and women of World War II fought hard so you could rest easy. And now you can honor them, because each time you rest at Super 8 Motel,
good night,
You're supporting a company that's helping to build the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. Good night. Super 8 Motels. All the room you want.
Good night.
Welcome to Egghead.com. Going sideways.
What kind of elevator is this?
The cyber kind. This is how you choose from hundreds of thousands of computer products. You just point, click, and on sale auctions. Make a bid and win big on all your favorite brands. Next stop, obscure, hard-to-find items, and black, lacy lingerie.
Hi there.
Wrong floor. Remember, people, we're computer-focused here.
Egghead.com, the computer store inside your computer.
Have CBS Sportsline deliver the latest sports news to your email every morning. Sign up today at cbs.sportsline.com. It'll be a short kickoff for Hendrick after a 5-yard penalty. And a little pooch kick. It's headed for a linebacker. They pitch it back and dropped and gathered in by Tony Horn. They tried a little trickery, but Doug Coleman, a linebacker, I stand corrected, London Fletcher, the linebacker, caught it, pitched it back to Tony Horn, and Horn dropped the pitch, but the Rams recover at their own 21-yard line, and this is now crunch time. And it's an undiscored crunch time for both teams. Right now, the Rams are on their heels.
Well, the Ram offense has been fantastic all season long, and now is when they have to be their best. You got 7:14 to go in the game. You got to control the clock, and they need some points for reassurance.
The pitch to Marshall Faulk running left. Tries to cut back inside, and the Titans knock him down. Javon Curse, after a 2-yard pickup, the Rams have 29 yards today on 13 rushing attempts.
They're going to have to shorten the game by controlling the ball in the passing game, not in the running game, because they've been getting whipped up front in the running game. And now the emotion has swung to Tennessee. Tennessee's defense is the only reason that they're even in this game.
Titans feeding off their defense and have closed it to a 3-point game with 6.5 to play. Kurt Warner with a quick drop, throws a slant, and again knocked down at the line of scrimmage for the 4th time today.
That looks like Jason Fisk and the usually calm Dick Vermeil, who they were talking about. John Dockery telling us what a calm. There's some puckering going on over there on that sideline.
Yeah, and right now Dick Vermeil is Dick Vermeil of 1980.
Well, the defense he's playing against has knocked down balls repeatedly. And that time he had the slant wide open. But Fisk got his hand up, knocked it down, and creates his 3rd down. Big play for both teams here.
Kurt Warner, who's been effective throwing the slant all day, goes back to throw. Looks to the left. Throws it over the middle, incomplete. So for the 2nd consecutive drive, the Rams go 3 and out. And this Tennessee Titan defense is coming up extra large. Josh Evans got some pressure. Again, good coverage. But they forced Warner up in the pocket, and I believe he had a couple of happy feet there. Mike Horan to kick it away to Derek Mason. Good snap, the lefty Horan drives it upfield in a short wobbly kick. Mason lets it hit, and it takes a Tennessee bounce backwards. And the Titans will get it at about their own 47-yard line after a 30-yard punt. And for you golfers in the audience, they must have used a Bellata ball because it backed up. And right now, the Titans have the Rams backed up. 16-13 St. Louis. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Oh, snowy snow, how are you, my cold, cold nemesis? You are no longer my formidable foe, you abominable snow, but I have 4-wheel drive, and you can give it a rest, white devil.
Wow. When it comes to snow, Jeep Grand Cherokee owners know no angst. Thanks to a full-time 4-wheel drive system designed to get you through most any drift. Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
Your kitchen, a cesspool of disease.
Where are your children?
Are you protected?
Is your bathtub harboring a hidden killer?
Hello, I'm Jon Stewart from Comedy Central's The Daily Show. The media is often accused of asking overly dramatic questions, of making events seem dangerous, even lethal. But as a newsman, I can tell you, okay, yeah, we do that. But only to keep it fun. I mean, the weatherman gets to ride in a chopper. That's not fair. I went to college.
Watch The Daily Show with Jon Stewart weeknights at 11:10 Central, only on Comedy Central.
Starting today, Opportunity has a new address, kforce.com. Kforce.com is an astonishing new website for career-minded professionals. For the first time, the power of the internet is backed by over 2,300 Kforce career specialists, experts with the skills and experience to find you just the right job. Want to get ahead? Now there's a new place to go, kforce.com. Opportunity has a new address, powered by Romac International.
6:17 remaining fourth quarter. The Rams lead 16-13, but the momentum has shifted. Let's go downstairs to John Dockery.
Shifted it has, Howard, and the calm and the quiet along the Rams sidelines has changed. Dick Vermeil just ran over to his offensive line. He's exhorting them when they get back on the field to do something. They're looking at formations. There's a lot more angst and anxiety on the Rams sidelines. Back to you, Howard.
Titans have had the ball 4 times more in time of possession than the Rams in the second half. First and 10, Tennessee, their own 47. McNair, quick drop. McNair with a bootleg, slips a tackle, slips another one, inside the 45, and put down at the carpet at the 41-yard line. Steve McNair with a design running play. Picks up enough for a first down, 11 yards.
Well, they're using his feet. And it was designed. They came out to the right, and they fake like they're going to roll out to the right as they're going left to right. And then Ray Agnew had a chance to make a tackle, and he just faked it out. He was either 59, could have been London Fletcher.
Dyson and Bird out wide to the left. Wycheck, the tight end, in motion to the left side. McNair on the handoff. Eddie George running left with a seam inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. Todd Collins makes the stop after a 7-yard gain. And Eddie George getting stronger as this game wore on, and you get a sense, Matt, that after Blaine Bishop went down, this Titan team started to feed off their injured teammate, who's now in a hospital is now under observation.
Well, and right now, the MVP of this game is that offensive line. And Eddie George is taking advantage of that line.
Second down and 3, Tennessee. McNair under center. Takes the snap, hands to George, running left. Looking for running room, and there's none to be had. London Fletcher knocks him down after a gain of just 1 yard. Well, at this point now, if they had to kick a field goal, it would be about a 52-yarder for Del Greco.
I would think. It would be a 52. I wouldn't kick it. This is 4-down territory to get this first down. The way their defense has been playing and the way this offensive line is coming, I'm saying you're going to get your 2 yards just by blowing them off the ball.
Titans have only 1 timeout left. 4.5 minutes remaining in regulation time. The Rams by 3. Third down and about 2 for Tennessee. McNair under center. Takes the snap. Back to throw McNair. Over the middle. Complete. Jackie Harris fumbled it, but recovered by the Titans. The trailer on the play came up with the loose ball. I think it might have been Isaac Bird.
I think it was Dyson, 87.
No, it's Bird, 83. So a first down for Tennessee at the 28 of St. Louis. And this Tennessee Titan team continues to play from behind, as they've done throughout this postseason.
Well, they have the Rams completely on their heels. Completely.
Jackie Harris, 7 catches, 64 yards. First and 10, Tennessee. 3:45 left in regulation. Eddie George running left. Eddie George to the 25-yard line. A gain of 3 on the play, and the clock continues to move. The Rams holding on to a 3-point lead, and I go back to Tennessee going for 2 after their first touchdown. That may come back to haunt them, because if they kick a field goal, they would tie the game. Had they gone for the 1, they would have been playing to win the game.
I heard you the first time. Eddie George is closing in on 100 yards. He's got himself, 32 carries, 32 yards rather, in the fourth quarter, and he's really humming it up in there.
Second down and 7. Eddie George in motion to the left. McNair under center. Takes the snap. Looks to the left. Throws it underneath the coverage. It's complete to Isaac Bird, who's hit right away by right side cornerback Dexter McCleon. But it is a pickup of about a yard is all, if any at all.
I think that's a bad spot. I think he had more than that, and he forced him back. When he made the catch, he had, I guess what they would question is if he had control, but he did have it at the end. Regardless, it's going to be 3rd and about 7, and now this is big. The heck, this whole second half has been a great Super Bowl.
Sanders and Mason to the left. McNair out of his shotgun on 3rd and 7. They're in field goal range. They get the snap off. McNair throws out to the right, incomplete. Looking for Frank Wycheck, and now Al Del Greco, who has missed 147-yarder today, will come on the field to try to tie the game with 2:16 left. He has hit he's a 47-yarder he's missed, and he's got one block that he tried from 47. And this is going to be, I guess, about a 43-yarder. Hendrick to put it down. It'll be a slight angle to the right for a tie. Hendrick checking Del Greco. Now calls for the snap. Puts it down. The kick is away. It has the distance, and we have a brand new game. We are tied at 16 with 2:12 remaining in regulation. With a break in the action, you're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
Fill it up, please.
Sure thing. Need insurance with that?
Insurance at a gas station.
Winter starting insurance in a bottle. Here.
Heat gas line antifreeze?
You spend big money for car insurance, right?
Yeah, so?
So, why leave your gas line unprotected? Heat prevents freeze-ups, even fights fuel system corrosion.
Really?
Just add heat to your gas tank and you're covered.
Sounds like a good policy to me.
Heat gas line antifreeze. Winter starting insurance.
During this game, Super 8 Motels and Westwood One contributing to the World War II Memorial Campaign in Washington, D.C. A donation of $100 made for each successful field goal today because it's time to say thanks. The Rams have kicked 3, and the Titans have kicked 1. That's $400 made for a fine charity, and this Tennessee Titan team has now scored 16 unanswered points.
Howard, more than that, defensively, the Tennessee has forced the Rams 3 and out twice the last 2 drives.
And now the kickoff, fielded by Horn at the 10, running left to the 20. Horn slips a tackle and then tripped up as he crosses the 25-yard line. Well, we have 2:05 remaining in regulation time. Steve Jackson with the tackle for the Tennessee special teams. You said at the beginning of the broadcast that if St. Louis plays their best game and Tennessee plays their best game, St. Louis wins, and you probably were right.
Yeah, well, what happened was St. Louis did play their best game almost in the first half. They played almost their best game. And in the second half, now Tennessee is playing their best game. So we've had a tale of 2 halves here. But credit Tennessee's defense. Tennessee's defense has been awesome today.
So Warner and the Rams, who have gone 3 and out, back-to-back possessions. They go under center with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Warner back to throw. Airs it out. Deep down the right side, and the pass is caught by Isaac Bruce. He breaks away at the 30. Bruce to the 20. Bruce to the 10. Touchdown. Touchdown, St. Louis Rams. Isaac Bruce, 73 yards. And the St. Louis Rams, for the moment, have the lead.
Well, talk about name your own price on Priceline.com, or let me tell you, because they dialed it up, went down the right sideline, the ball came up, the ball was underthrown, and Bruce made a fantastic adjustment back underneath and came to, now that ball on Denard Walker was thrown under, and then Bruce just turned on the jets. He got himself a little bit of a bump, and it was 6 quick. What a monster throw.
Reverend Ike says amen to his passing partner, Kurt Warner, and the punt after by Wilkins is good. Don't count out this Tennessee Titan football team.
Howard, with that throw, Kurt Warner set a new Super Bowl NFL record, surpassing Joe Montana. He now has 414 yards the first 400-yard game in Super Bowl history.
We've reached the 2-minute warning, brought to you by Campbell's Chunky Soup, the soup that eats like a meal. St. Louis 23, Tennessee 16. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
You're listening to Football Talk, and I'm with Denver running back Terrell Davis. Terrell, our next caller is your mother?
Hi, Mom.
Terrell, put the microphone up to your belly.
What?
You played hard. I want to hear if you need to be filled up right with chunky baked potato with steak and cheese, a hearty soup made with real cheese, and 30% more lean steak than before.
Okay, here goes.
Don't move. Mama's coming.
Campbell's Chunky Baked Potato Soup.
To help you plan just the perfect Valentine's Day, at Gifts.com, we check the calendar.
Valentine's Day is on a Monday.
I find the start of the work week can be very romantic.
You're alone on that one, Chuck.
And we decided to declare Valentine's Weekend. Woohoo! Celebrate all weekend long with just the perfect gifts from Gifts.com, and we'll give you a free Valentine's bouquet with your purchase of $50 or more. But hurry, offer expires February 10th. Visit Gifts.com for details. Gifts.com, just the perfect Valentine's Day
Weekend.
Valentine's Weekend gifts.
What if your car slips off the road in Slippery Rock, or you need the name of a mechanic in Mechanicsville? Well, if your car is insured by State Farm, just look up the local State Farm agent. Almost anywhere you travel, whether it's a big metropolis or just a little one, a good neighbor is nearby to help. So if your car gets stolen in Deep River Falls, or you have some trouble in Paradise, there's a State Farm agent there to help you, just like at home.
I'd like to talk to you about something that's real important to all of us, and that's a healthy home. And I'm here to tell you, as a father of a cystic fibrosis child, a healthy home means everything to me. Now, the Home Depot has joined with me and Team Boomer in my cause to fight cystic fibrosis by introducing our AquaLife water filtration system. The units feature 2 solid carbon filters that remove not only odor, but poor taste, and virtually eliminate all the elements that contaminate our water. So join Team Boomer, myself, and the Home Depot in bringing the gift of good health to your family.
Here's the kickoff, headed to Derek Mason. He'll field it at the 2-yard line. Mason running left, back to the right, across the 15 to the 20. Tries to take it outside. There's a flag down, and this one likely to come back. Boy, the hitting is fast and furious, and
that's going to be a hold, Howard, and it's going to go against Tennessee, and they're going to take it back. And it's a good call. I saw it from up here.
There's Tennessee. Here's Bob McElwee.
On the receiving team, during the return. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, this game started out like a little snowflake and then evolved into a avalanche of excitement here in the fourth quarter. The Tennessee Titans came from 16-0 down to tie the score, and on the ensuing series, a Warner to Bruce play for 73 yards, the 6th longest play in Super Bowl history. But now Tennessee, with their backs to the wall, they'll start at their own 12 with 1 timeout to use. That's it. What their worst starting field position of the game.
What a great throw by Kurt Warner. Javon Kearse had his first pressure of the day and hit him and forced that ball to be underthrown, where the Reverend Ike took it and scored.
Shotgun for McNair. Goes back to throw. Looks to the middle. Throws it over the middle, and it is complete to Derek Mason at the 21-yard line. So they will move they won't move the chains. They'll come up to the line of scrimmage without a huddle, and the clock winding down, 1:35 and counting. It'll be 2nd down and a yard. Shotgun again for McNair. Takes the snap. Looks to the right. Throws and connects to Wycheck. Tries to get out of bounds and does. He broke the tackle to the near sideline. A tackle by linebacker Mike Jones at a pickup of 7. It stops the clock with 1:20 remaining. 23-16 St. Louis. And we have had, no exaggeration, as exciting a Super Bowl as we have had certainly in modern times. In recent, the recent decade. Shotgun again for McNair. 1st and 10 from his own 28. Takes the direct snap. Looks to the middle. Throws it out to the right, and the pass is too far and too wide for Kevin Dyson, the intended receiver. That stops the clock with 1:16 1:16 remaining.
You know, Howard, they're trying to throw all these outfalls because, like you said, $1:16 and only one timeout. But at one point, and now is the time. Now is the time. With this much time, you have to use the middle of the field. At one point, you must, and now is the time to use it. They'll be defending you for outfalls, and you can take a shot to the inside.
And the target might be Eddie George, as good as he is after the catch. He's lined up alongside McNair in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Four-man rush. McNair with time. Looking. Sprints out to the left. Now takes off and runs with it across the 35. McNair trying to get to the sidelines, and he's denied. And then a flag comes down. They may get a face mask on St. Louis. The clock will stop with 1:05 left.
That's on Dre Bly, and it will stop the clock.
Foul. 15-yard face mask foul. 32 defense. 15 yards from the end of the play. First down.
Oh, that's a monster. That's a monster. But this, hey, McNair is really playing great, isn't he? He pulled the thing down, rolled to his left, and then tried to get to the sideline. Dre Bly hung on, and in the process, got his face mask.
The third overall pick of the 95 draft, Steve McNair. They said he couldn't be a big-time quarterback. Well, they underestimated the heart of this Lion. First and 10, Tennessee at the 45 of St. Louis. Shotgun for McNair. Takes the snap. Flag is down. Free play for Tennessee. He throws and connects. The Frank Wycheck is tackled inbounds, but the flag is likely to go against St. Louis.
Charlie Clemens jumped offside. He jumped, and it was a free play. And again, the free play not only in the attempt, but it stops the clock also.
Offsides against St. Louis.
Offside. Number 56, defense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Steve McNair with 60 yards rushing, the most by a quarterback in a Super Bowl.
Well, they are fighting the clock. They're under a minute. You have 59 seconds. You have one timeout. You can still use the middle of the field if you're McNair.
Sure.
You're having to fight not only keeping them in bounds, but also the legs of Steve McNair.
A reminder to stay with us for our post-game report. We'll have the Lombardi Trophy presentation. We'll hear from both the winning and losing locker rooms. Recap all the highlights of this exciting Super Bowl 34, all coming up after the game. Shotgun for McNair. First and 5 from the St. Louis 40. McNair with Eddie George alongside. Takes the snap. Three-man rush. McNair steps up. Looks to throw it on the run. Slips out of a tackle, running for the sidelines, and McNair gets out of bounds at the St. Louis 38-yard line. Todd Light with an excellent defensive play forces McNair out of bounds with 49 seconds remaining in the ballgame.
Nicely done by McNair, though, to get to the sideline and force this thing. The down sequence is inconsequential until you get down to 4. Now they're second. The field is what matters, and that clock.
McNair brings the Titans to the line of scrimmage, and they have played like their name in this fourth quarter. 7-point Ram lead. McNair back to throw. Throws over the middle, wide open. Kevin Dyson brought down at the 31-yard line by London Fletcher. The clock moves under 40 seconds remaining. The Titans huddle up after getting the first down. You expect McNair to spike the ball. He does. That stops the clock with 31 seconds remaining in regulation time. The Rams 23, the Titans 16. If you just tuned in, St. Louis had a 16-0 lead. Tennessee battled back and tied it at 16. And then on the next drive, a Warner to Isaac Bruce 73-yard touchdown. And that's where we are now with St. Louis on top.
What a fantastic game.
Again, they go out of a shotgun. The 8th play of the drive. They started at their own 12. They have it at the Rams 31. Second and 10. McNair takes the snap. Looks to throw. Over the middle. Flag is thrown, and the ball is dropped. An interception opportunity for Dre Bly. He could not hold on, but there's a flag down on the play. Offside St. Louis. Oh, my. You say this all the time.
Left defense.
Don't beat yourself. No question.
Offside. Lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty, second down.
So the clock has stopped at 26-second mark, but now the Titans are 5 yards closer after the penalty. There isn't a fan on the lowest circle around this building that's sitting.
There's not a fan sitting in the whole United States of America and the armed forces abroad.
3 Rams penalties on this drive. Shotgun for McNair. Takes the snap, throws it out to the right, and it hit Eddie George in the back. He never turned around. Eddie George was open, and Eddie George coming over to Jeff Fisher. Obviously, there was a communications breakdown, and so now with 22 seconds remaining, Tennessee 3rd and 5 at the Ram 27-yard line.
That's not a bad incompletion. Eddie George is right on top of it. He would have been covered right away anyway by Todd Light, but the thing was, that incompletion just stops the clock. You still have 3rd and 4th down, so they're in good shape.
3 wideouts to the right for the Titans. 3-man front for St. Louis. The snap to McNair. Looks to the right. Now takes off. Doubles back to the left. Looks to throw. Rolls out to the right. He's in trouble. McNair gets away again. He throws and connects to the 10-yard line to Kevin Dyson. The clock winding down with 6, with 5. And the Titans take their final timeout after an 18-yard completion. But what a scramble. Maybe the most incredible scramble in Super Bowl history as Steve McNair bought an enormous amount of time.
Oh, not only that, he rolled to the right and Kevin Carter had him. Tried to throw him down. Dyson, after he broke the tackle, Dyson was able to come clean to the middle of the zone. It was unbelievable. Jay Williams had him.
Tennessee.
And Carter had him. He found Dyson, and Dexter McCleon made a great tackle right at the 10-yard line. You've got 6 seconds left to go in this game. Enough for probably one play. They've got to go into the end zone.
6 seconds left, maybe just in regulation time.
Good point by you.
Yes. Kevin Dyson, by the way, on September the 12th against Cincinnati, caught 162 yards worth of balls. He was the first wideout in franchise history since Hayward Jeffries to get over 150 yards, and that is as big a catch as he's made in his second year in this league. And now the Titans are playing with one play left in their season. First and goal at the 10-yard line. No timeouts left. 6 seconds left. You couldn't ask for a better finish. Only Jeff Fisher has something else on his mind. He wants to play more. Shotgun from McNair. Takes the snap. Looks to the right. Throws. And is complete to Tyson at the 1-yard line, and he stopped short. The clock strikes 0-0. Kevin Dyson caught the ball, and Mike Jones made the tackle at the 1-yard line to preserve a win for the St. Louis Rams in Super Bowl 34.
People, that was the greatest Super Bowl I have ever watched. That was just a fantastic, fantastic game, and it ends on the 2-yard line with a Mike Jones tackle on Dyson. Unbelievable.
Mike Jones, who was a running back in college at Missouri, a former Oakland Raider, comes up with the biggest tackle of the game, stopping Kevin Dyson. And the miracle finale in postseason play for Tennessee is over, and it is heart-wrenching.
What a fantastic second half by Steve McNair, who just played a tremendous game. It's a shame that someone had to lose this game.
I agree.
23-16.
The St. Louis Rams, and they know they met their match today.
Oh,
there's not even a doubt in my mind. And the Tennessee Titans, they had the best record of any wild card team to get to a Super Bowl, 13-3. They used the miracle of Music City to advance to the second round after stunning Buffalo on the final kickoff of the game. And then they go into Indianapolis and don't just win. I mean, convincingly beat Indianapolis from a physical standpoint, and then go into Jacksonville and beat the Jaguars 3 times in 1 year.
You know what stands out to me? Now, you kept on talking all game long about that point. You're going for 2. To me, it was the wasted timeouts earlier in the game. Early in the second half, they had 2 wasted timeouts, and that is what bit them in the rear.
Beasley Reese down on the field with one of the winners. Beasley.
I'm with Ricky Prohl, great wide receiver. Ricky, your catch helped to put him here. And look at the atmosphere and talk to me about it. It's awesome, baby. It's what you dream about. It was a great game. I'm just glad we got Isaac Bruce. He made a big play when it counted. Just talk about the road that you guys took to get here. I mean, so many highlights in the season, and then your big catch last week. It's just awesome, you know. Coming into the season, no one thought, you know, the Rams were going to be in this at 200-to-1 odds to win it all. And, you know, we knew we had something special early on. We started getting some chemistry as the season went on. You know, my role was the 4th down guy. And, you know, unfortunately, I was able to make the game-winning catch last week to get us in the Super Bowl. And Isaac Bruce, baby, I love him. He made a big play when it counted. Go enjoy your friend. Thank you. Let's go over to John Dockery.
You know, Isaac, I just heard Ricky Prohl say he loves you. He made the big catch last week to win the game. You made it this week. Tell me about the play.
Man, that was all God, man. It had nothing to do with me. I asked for a big play, and he delivered like he always has.
It was a beautiful adjustment on the ball by you. It seemed like you saw it. You came back underneath it. Do you remember it?
Yeah, man. You know, I never doubted that we were going to win this game. You know, Tennessee definitely deserved to be here. They gave us all we could handle. It was a fight to the finish, one of the best games I've ever played in.
One of the best Super Bowls by far that we've ever seen. It was almost like 2 different halves. You know, you were on top, and then they came back. Did you ever doubt?
Well, I'm just proud to be a part of this. And, you know, it's been a long time in St. Louis, and I'm just happy I got this right now.
Who would you like to thank, Isaac?
I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and my mother and my family, everybody back in Florida, Memphis, everywhere in Houston. I love you, man.
Congratulations. As you can see, a very emotional Isaac Bruce. Howard?
Well, the Reverend Ike made the 7th largest, or longest, I should say, touchdown reception in Super Bowl history. 73 yards in the pass from Kurt Warner. The longest of all time, Brett Favre to Antonio Freeman in Super Bowl 31. Kurt Warner has been named the MVP of the game, brought to you by MVP.com. Gear, insight, and performance. Warner, a Super Bowl record, 414 passing yards, 24 of 44, 2 touchdowns. Isaac Bruce, 6 catches, 162 yards in the winning touchdown. And Torry Holt, the rookie from North Carolina State, from Gibsonville, North Carolina, who wears a T-shirt under his uniform to honor his mom, who died of cancer in December of '96. He caught 7 balls and had a big hand in the early stages of this St. Louis victory over the Tennessee Titans.
Howard, you know the thing that amazes me about this game is when they played at the halfway mark, and I called that game, Tennessee jumped out to a 21-point lead, and they hung on for dear life. They won 24-21. And at the end of that game, I said the Rams were a better team. And I just witnessed this Super Bowl, and the Rams jump out to a 16-0 lead, and they got tied, and they came back, and I'm sitting here and I'm saying that Tennessee team deserved to win this football game. They just played a fantastic game. That was a piece of, you know what? All season long, you and I talked about the level of play in this league. And they talked about mediocrity and parity. But this game surpassed every single one of the 33 before it.
St. Louis had a 16-0 lead. Tennessee tied it up. The lead after 3 quarters, the teams that usually hold the lead after 3 quarters, now 30-4. And number 30 is St. Louis. Down to the sidelines and John Dockery.
Dick Vermeil, a big hug by your offensive tackle there. Dick, how can you describe the feeling in this game?
Well, God, you know, it's an as you could tell, it was a very tough football game. And I salute Jeff Fisher and his staff and his players, a lot of heart. And we made some plays. They made some plays. We got worn down. They were worn down. It was a battle. It was just a battle. That's
it was like two different games, though, Dick. First half, second half. What was happening?
Well, we scored when we were in there, and then all of a sudden we couldn't get back in there. They ate up the clock on those long drives, and we go 1, 2, 3, and out at one time, and they're back in the ballgame again. That's a credit to them, and we didn't take advantage of the red zone. We had a mishandled field goal snap and missed a field goal. So, hey, that's
one last question. What does it mean to you? I mean, 20 years ago you didn't win it. This time you do. Tell me.
Hey, I didn't do it. The organization did it. The players did it. I'm part of it. Yeah, and I'll accept that. But it's not me. It's
Congratulations, Dick Vermeil.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, Doc. Well, Dick Vermeil, on the last time he was in a Super Bowl against Oakland in 1980, by comparison, he said, I'm enjoying it more. I've learned to be more even-tempered. And Dick Vermeil finally gets his just due.
He finally get his Super Bowl ring because I have his first one at home. Thank you very much.
Give it back.
No way.
23-16, the Rams beat the Titans. When we return, Tommy Ty joins us with a post-game report. We'll go downstairs and hear from more of the winners. You're listening to Westwood One's exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on CBS Radio Sports.
MVP John Elway on equipment.
In football, the equipment's changed so much, and the amount of equipment that some guys work compared to what I work, compared to a wide receiver and offensive lineman, it's all so personalized. It's so important to get the right equipment that fits, because a lot of people get their son in the Pop Warner League and don't know necessarily how the equipment's supposed to fit. But that's when you work to get the feel right and the comfort right with the protection, and at that point on, you're out there and you don't see the face mask. The face mask isn't there if you get the right face mask. Shoulder pads aren't there, and when you're throwing the ball, you don't even notice the shoulder pad. It's like not having them on. So the right fit and the right equipment definitely makes your job a heck of a lot easier.
What's John Elway going to do with all of his experience, knowledge, and skill? Now that he's retired, he's bringing it to MVP.com, the ultimate online sporting goods store where you'll find the best gear selection and great insight from MVP.com experts like John Elway, Wayne Gretzky, and Michael Jordan, so you can get the most out of yourself and whatever sport you're into. MVP.com. Gear, insight, performance.
To experience RCA's high-resolution digital TV, turn on your shower. Now, look in the mirror. Little foggy? That's what regular TV looks like. Now wipe the mirror. Recognize someone? Well, that's how RCA's high-resolution digital monitor and receiver compares. Its unsurpassed picture is up to 4 times clearer than regular analog. Looks like I need a shave. RCA, changing entertainment. Again.
Rain, wet, wet, wet rain. You are no longer my slippery foe. I have no need for your fun anymore, cockamamie rain, for I stick to the road regardless of you with an ixnay on the hydroplaning hay.
Right. Well, maybe with Jeep Grand Cherokee's available quadra-drive system, our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, helping to hold you to the ground on and off-road, wet or dry, you can feel bold enough to tempt the rain. Jeep Grand Cherokee, it kind of evens out the whole man versus nature thing. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
Hi, it's Steve Young. It's been a great season, and on behalf of the NFL and all 31 teams, I'd like to thank you for supporting your favorite team this season. See you again next year. Welcome back, everybody, to the Home Depot postgame report, sponsored by the Home Depot, America's home improvement warehouse. I'm Tommy Tighe. We'll continue with the postgame festivities from the Georgia Dome, but first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is CBS Radio Sports exclusive coverage of Super Bowl 34 on Westwood One. Bucky, so you like to play 1-on-2, huh?
This competition we have a chance at. That mix and drinks competition was not fair because you guys have more experience at that. But see, this is athleticism now.
See, that's what we were talking about when we said 1-on-2. Both of us can move.
You're going to have to slide your partner across the ice.
Hey, don't talk trash in here.
Yeah.
Not with us. No. As a matter of fact, Bill, if Bill Shoney's listening, please call.
Week 2 of the new morning press box starts at 6 a.m. on Monday on Sports Radio 1300 The Zone.
We live in a special place. The University of Texas has gone from Old Gregory Gym to a Superdome that seats over 16,000, and Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium now seats over 80,000. The university has changed with the times, and so has William Gammon Insurance. As the new millennium arrives, it's good to know that William Gammon Insurance can provide for your business insurance needs.
This is Chuck Huber. We've been handling insurance for Austin businesses for over 50 years. We can handle yours too. William Gammon Insurance. Call us 477-6745 today.
Now let's go down to the celebration on the field as NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue presents the Vince Lombardi Trophy to Georgia Frontiere.
To introduce the Commissioner of the National Football League, Mr. Paul Tagliabue.
Georgia, congratulations to you, to Dick Vermeil, to the entire Rams organization on winning Super Bowl 34. The whole world saw an extraordinary football game between great players on both sides. Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, all of the Rams players, Steve McNair, Eddie George, and all of the Titans players played an incredible football game. And please take this Lombardi Trophy home to St. Louis. Share it with your great fans there and around the nation.
Georgia, what does it mean to you, someone who is a native of St. Louis, who grew up in St. Louis, brought pro football back to St. Louis, to bring the city its first pro football championship? What does it mean?
I'm so thrilled. I'm thrilled for St. Louis. I'm thrilled for the Rams. And it proves that we did the right thing in going to St. Louis. This trophy... belongs to our coach, our team, and our fans in St. Louis.
Dick Vermeil. Dick, how can you describe your emotions after waiting so long to get back to this game, having the 16-0 lead, watching it evaporate, and then watching a touchdown in the final 2 minutes to bring you your first Super Bowl trophy?
Well, you know I'm an emotional guy, but right now, I feel so good and so proud of this football team and this organization to be able to bring this home to the city of St. Louis. They're a wonderful city full of wonderful people. Our organization appreciates them. We appreciate, I know they appreciate us a little bit more right now, and this is coming home to St. Louis. This is coming home to St. Louis. I'd like to thank my coaching staff. We all know players win games, but I'll tell you, my coaching staff did an outstanding job of getting them here, and the players got it done. I salute the Titans, the Tennessee organization, and Jeff Fisher and his staff. They made it a world championship game, the caliber game it ought to be, and we feel very fortunate to be going home with this trophy.
One quick question.
Dick Vermeil, the oldest coach to win the Super Bowl, getting Georgia to Georgia, a goal voiced by Vermeil last month when he played Carolina. After 21 years, Georgia Frontiere has won her first world championship. It's the second title for offensive lineman Adam Timmerman, who you may remember played with the Packers back in 1997 when they beat New England. He was also on the team that lost to Denver 2 years ago. 63 seasons for the Rams organization, 42 home sellouts in a row. Things are really moving up for the organization, no question about that. Now let's get down to Beasley Reese on the sidelines.
I'm with defensive tackle Ray Agnew, and Ray is with his two handsome young sons. And can they possibly understand the road you took in order to get to this great podium today for this great honor?
No, they don't understand, but they're happy for me. And I'm just so glad that they're able to see this, because it's going to mean a lot to them for the rest of their life. And it means the world to me that they are old enough to understand the game and understand what's going on. They was here to see it today.
Now, I just saw you signal up to your little love sign up to your quarterback, Kurt Warner. Talk to me about the feeling, the camaraderie on this team.
Well, me and Kurt, we're both men of God, and we spend a lot of time together fellowshipping, reading the Bible and stuff. And it's just great to see him do well because he's a great guy. He's a great football player, but he's a great guy also.
Congratulations on your great victory. Back upstairs.
Thank you. All right, Beasley, the Titans were trying to become the second wild card team in 3 years to pull off winning the championship like this, but just did not happen. They had rallied from 9 points behind late in the contest. They were trying to become the third team to come back from that deficit. Washington beating Denver back in Super Bowl 18, and then at number 25, the Giants coming back to beat Buffalo in the second half of that one. How about them Rams? They're going wild on the field right now. A tremendous situation. Some of the stats that we're looking over from today. The usual potent rushing attack for the Rams. Marshall Faulk only 17 yards today, 29 as a team. As if it matters right now, they're really not going to care because they didn't move the football that well on the ground. Now let's move over to John Dockery on the sideline.
And I'm with Kurt Warner. And Kurt, can you describe this trip that you've taken from where you've come to where you are now? Confetti falling in the dome. You are the Super Bowl champion.
Well, I can't describe it, but this is where I've always wanted to be. This is where I always ended up in my dreams. And I kept believing. I kept hoping. We got a great group of guys here, great coaches, great players. We stuck together. We went through the hard times this year, and we kept fighting. And now we're able to stand up here as world champions, and it's the best feeling I've ever had in the sport of football.
I can see that big smile on your face. Were you a little concerned? You get ahead, they come back, it's tied, and then you go for the throw to Bruce. Tell me.
Well, we did a great job early on. We were really, we had all the momentum early on, but they fought back. You got to give them credit. We were able to make one big play. Just like we were able to do last week, we made one big play that set us apart. And in games like this, that's what it's all about. The team that makes the big play wins the football game, and that's what we were able to do today.
I know there are a lot of, this season was magic. It was just something that was beyond anyone's dreams. Did you ever think a year ago that you'd end up here?
I always hoped, I always dreamed, and I believe with the Lord that all things are possible. And I can't say that I knew it would be written this way, but as we went through this year, I kept believing. I knew the Lord had something special in store for this team, and I started believing that He was going to take us here and He was going to finish this whole thing off for us.
Congratulations on a terrific year and a terrific victory. Kurt Warner, Beasley Reese, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Doc. I'm with one of those smallish defensive linemen, Grant Wistrom, from the Rams that didn't get any respect all year long, but you guys held a lot of runners to under 100 yards. You did a heck of a job today controlling, everything that you had to control. Just talk to me about it.
Yeah, we thought we came out and played a darn good first half, and they kind of took it to us in the second half, and it was kind of saying who was going to score last and who was going to bend but not break when you got to the end zone. And, man, take my hats off to them. They took it to us in the second half. We were just lucky to hold on for the